Crime Cafe where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True Crime Cafe in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't think. Ear buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? You're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True Crime Cafe where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True Crime Cafe in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, I can't think. Ear buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? Echo in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. True Crime Cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Echo in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. The city of shadows, truths decay. Echo in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't think. Ear buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost.
All right. Welcome back to the cafe, folks. We are open for business. Happy Sunday. Happy weekend. I hope everybody's having a great weekend. It is great to be back in the house with you all. Thank you all so much for joining us. Please hit that like button on your way in and share this out. Let everybody know we're here and what we're doing. We're heading over to Delphi, Indiana today, folks, and looking at a little bit of that crazy situation over there with Richard Allen. So many things going on. More corruption, folks. We're going to talk about truth and corruption today for sure. Appreciate you all joining us for that. Again, please share this out. Hit the like button if you will. And let's get this in that algorithm. Let me pin this link up here for anybody that wants to join me to discuss this today. All right. And do what Miss Tandy said. Please hit that like button. Subscribe if you have not yet subscribed here. We do appreciate you. Hit the share and hit the notification bell. That way you don't miss anything we do. That being said, you guys know where we're headed next. Let's do this thing. Here we go. Here we go.
Flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face at the True Crime Cafe. We serve reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the brave. At the True Crime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay. In the True Crime Cafe.
Right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Welcome back, guys. Thank you all so very much for joining us today. Appreciate you so much. I hope you're all having a great day on this Sunday, last day of the weekend. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. And taking a good old break, taking care of yourself, because that's important. It's great to see you guys here in the house with us. Thank you to the mods that I have here. I appreciate you very much. Tomboy and Tandy, it looks like we got. Guys, please make sure to hit the like button. Share this out, if you will. Get comfortable, grab a seat, and let's do this thing today, guys. Like I said, we're heading back over to Delphi, Indiana. We're talking about truth and corruption, and boy, oh boy, as much corruption as we've seen with Idaho. For those of you that aren't familiar with this case, you ain't seen nothing yet. But for those of you that are, you know what I'm talking about. We have another innocent man sitting in prison, and I can say that comfortably. We're going to look into that today. I'm going to show you some points of conjecture with that, and then some updates with that situation, what's going on with the appeal process and all that kind of stuff. And if everything goes right, guys, I'm going to come back in here a little bit later on, and we're going to be talking about something else. We're going to be going backwards, and we're going to be looking into some stuff in Idaho that I'm sure you'll be dead surprised to see me looking at. I promise you that. So be here for that as well, if you will. Looks like we got Miss Denise in the house today. Good to see you, Miss Denise. Michelle F., welcome back. Of course, Miss Tandy, the Seahawks fans in the house. Siggy and Mike, always a pleasure to see you. Miss Annie Ruler, thank you and welcome back for joining us. Of course, the Tomboy is in the house with us as well. Come on in, grab a seat. Beach Babe, welcome back. Great to see you. My brother Scully's in the house. Good to see you today. And, of course, Miss Dagburn, Johnny Gobble's Dead Floozy Mama. Miss Diane's been here from the moment we kicked this off, guys. Number one in the house. And the lovely and beautiful Miss Positive, Miss Paula. Thank you for joining us today. Come on in, guys. Get comfortable. Grab a seat. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you, wherever you are. whoever you are. I hope it's good for you. It's great to be here with you. Thank you, Miss Michelle, starting off already with a super chat. It is coffee time. It's always coffee time. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Thank you so much, Michelle. God bless. Good morning, Scully. Walking yo doggies. Good stuff, brother. Good stuff. We'll be here whenever you're ready to be here. Always. Miss Tandy's right, guys. You want to become a meatball and jump in the sauce with the rest of us? Please do. And that's how you do it right there. Click on that link. It'll make you a meatball and have you in this sauce with all the rest of us in a split second, folks. So check it out if you're interested. We'd love to have you. Miss Moonlight's in the house. Good to see you, Moonlight. Thank you for joining us. I hope it's not so windy outside, and I hope you're doing all right with it, dear. And if you need to take a break, we're here with you. So, yes. Great to have you here. And be careful. Don't hurt yourself out there. Come on in. Sorry, guys. Get comfortable. Grab a seat. Give us a few minutes here to get some peeps in here. I know there was a couple other people that were live. That's where everybody probably was, and that's understandable. So we'll just take a little time here to wait for everybody to jump in before we get started. I don't want anybody to miss out on anything. And while you're waiting on that, guys, go check out this link right here. Head on over to the True Crime Cafe shop if you want to have a T-shirt that says that on there. Or anything else, guys, you got to check out the new shirt that Cassie made for us that I love. It says, I got to get one so I can show it to you guys. But it's talking about the, oh my God, I lost my train of thought. You guys know which one it was. I said, I need new conspiracy theories because all mine came true. I know you want that shirt. Come on now. Get you one of the True Crime Cafe shirts. We got multiple different versions of it. We got hats. We got a little bit of everything in there, guys. So click that link, check it out, and get you some merchandise if you will. Please and thank you. Yes, if you want to be fashionable, 100% like Miss Tandy said, check it out, folks. I'm listening with my Temu Beats. Do they work? Do they work? That's all matters. Watching Rusty Booby paint her ice cream pumpkin. That's awesome. What's up, Cryptix? Good to see you, brother. Hope you're doing well. Great to have you in the house. We do if you have dogs, guys, or cats. I think they can be adapted. But yeah, we do have the dog mats now that you can set their food bowls and stuff on that have our logo all over them. Plenty of things with our logo. Coffee cups, anything you could pretty much want, it's in there. We do have a little bit of everything. You ain't lying, bro. She gave me the go to hell look. Well, I still love you, Rusty. Don't worry about it. Yeah, hats and bags and cups. Oh my, you can get it all in there. Candles, we have candles, scented candles because I'm a lover of those, and all sorts of versions of that. T-shirts. You can get you a Moody Mod shirt for Miss Molly, the creator of all of our songs and our videography stuff that she does. Just anything you pretty much want is in there, and we will create some things if you want to throw some ideas out too. We love doing that, so check it all out if you will. The evil eye is priceless. I'm sure it is. All in good fun. All in good fun. All part of the family. It's what we do. It's what we do. We do. I was just thinking that we do need to get a Blue Crew shirt with everybody. Cassie's working on the one that I think Tandy came up with. It looks like a crossword puzzle type thing, and it's got everybody's name in it. I'd like to see that one done too. We'll get them out there. We'll get them out there. You can get one. We got baseball jersey type shirts, everything. However you want it, you can get it. Come on in, guys. 18 peeps in the house. Let me see. Looks like we got 18 likes. That's awesome. You guys are on point with it. Share it out, guys. Please, if you will. Yes. Yes, yes. Very true. We only got a couple, but yes. Of course you can, Scully. Why wouldn't you? Absolutely can. We have it with the new logo and the old logo, too. Different shirts with the blue logo and the red logo. Come on in, everybody. Please do. I guess we're having 19 likes. Yes. Sunday dinner. I guess we're having gnocchi and vodka sauce today for dinner with Tuscan chicken cutlets. That's dinner for today. Can't go wrong there. Let me check something. Excuse me. Annie Ruler, 1996. Gnocchi. Oh, gnocchi. Gnocchi, however you want to say it. That would be cool as hell if we had one of them. For sure. Put a baby me right in the middle of it. I would buy it right now. I just need that photograph to be able to put it together there, Scully. So it's on you, bro. If you want to send that to me, I'm down. Put together a baby Dago and throw it in the middle of the shirt. That'd be awesome. I would love it. We got 20 peeps in the house now. We got 22 likes. That sounds really good. Gnocchi. Miss Tomboy is very big on pronunciation, if you haven't noticed, folks. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that for sure. Get a saying to go with it. That'd be a badass shirt. I appreciate that, bro. For real. You did. Was he here? Oh, that was my other son. That's Junie's dad with the big old beard. But thank you. I'm sure they are, Denise. I know. I'm not talking about Idaho, so nobody's interested. Ricotta gnocchi and gnocchi are good. Oh, yeah, they are. Yes. Yes, they are. So are garlic. They're very filling. I'm going to be full up later. I don't even care about chicken. I hate chicken. I'm down for the gnocchi, and that's it. Hold on. What kind of chicken are you making, hon? Brandy B. Alfred, quit. So I'm just down to one doggy now. Just us and Alfred. Milo moved on to his new home today. He's very happy. So it's a balsamic chicken, not the other one. There we go. What's up, Dylan? Good to see you, brother. There's a link pinned if you want to join us for this one. I am over chicken as well. Yeah. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Give me 1 minute, and we will get kicking. Oh, I got you, Dylan. What you're going to learn today. Looks like we're doing the Browns versus the Steelers today as well. Oh, boy. Rehomed. Yes, he's been rehomed. He's in a good home, too. He went to Friends Bars, so that sounds awesome. Evelyn, welcome. Good to see you today. 24 peeps. 24 likes. You guys are killing it today. On point. Thank you so much. Let me see here. Yeah, I'm beyond chicken too, bro. I hate it. I hate chicken, except like chicken, like fried chicken or something, but I'm just so done with it. I'm so sick of it. We've had so much of it. Michael Green, chili chicken's in the house. Good to see you. Been a while. We've missed you. I'm sick of steak and shrimp and chicken. Doing a no carb diet to starve out my. Gotcha. I don't think I could ever get sick of steak or shrimp. I love them both, but chicken I am. I got you, brother. I get it. So, for those of you that are familiar with Delphi, most of you guys know what went on there. Richard Allen was convicted of the murder of Abby and Libby. They claim that he's the bridge guy. No, he's not. Richard Allen is 100% innocent of this crime, in my opinion, folks. And I'll show you the reasons why. We have some appeals that went in. We have the appeal was put through, and we have another thing we're going to review in regards to that kind of thing and some other stuff from months ago. That's the update on that. But besides that, no worries, Michael Green. Good to see you here. What's up, Dylan? Good to see you today.
Just another wonderful day in paradise, celebrating a very ugly victory, but a victory nonetheless. Last night,
Which was
Georgia over Auburn.
Oh yeah.
It was ugly, but
I don't like. I'm not a fan of either one because I'm a Bama fan. But if anybody that beats Auburn, we're hell yeah.
Oh, you're a Bama fan?
Oh my god, bro. Yes, we don't do. Are we a Bama fan? He asked that. Yes. Roll, motherfucking Tide.
Well, unsubscribe.
Do what you got to do.
I'm still hurt over that.
Yeah, she said. She sure ain't no war damn eagle.
Yeah, it was. I don't know.
Fun.
I don't know if you got to watch any of it, but got to see any of the games. But yeah, it was. Georgia got away with a big play at the end of the first half where it should have been a touchdown, but it was ruled a fumble. And then from there on, Georgia just went back to being Georgia.
What was the final on that one?
20-10. If the refs weren't completely stupid, it would have been 17-0 Auburn going into the half. So.
And which team do you follow? I'm sorry.
Georgia.
I was gonna say I see the G on your hat, but I wanted to make sure. Yep, I would take Georgia over Auburn any day of the week. But I can't like it. It's like Auburn, liking Auburn and liking Alabama is like the Browns and the Steelers, folks. It just goes that way in hand. So absolutely, it was touchdown. Yes. I heard it was a great game. My uncle watched it too.
Yeah, and I do want to touch on what you talked about yesterday since I didn't get a chance to get on.
Go for it. We can talk a little bit about that as we're waiting to see who else jumps in real quick.
So with those, I don't know if you went down this path, but what is the one thing that would be able to get in the case of the survivor, a handsome guy away from his group of friends?
Oh, well, I mean, a woman.
Yep. So
every day.
So either the leader of this crew or could be the sole person. Is
good point.
At least a female is involved in this.
Good point.
So you would be looking for someone who is a like, I don't want to say like a feminist, but like more anti-male, very very angry. Probably wouldn't see it unless you're very close to her.
Gotcha.
And it would be somebody in that age range. It could be, and a helper could be someone who is strong, low IQ, but finds her attractive.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Very interesting point, sir.
But yeah, 100%. There is some female involved in that
I
whole deal.
I think we've talked about it before, and we came to at some point somewhat of a conclusion and believe that. By the way, folks, we're talking about the Lady Bird Lake situation and what's going on in Texas and places like that. For those of you that didn't catch it yesterday, but at some point it was brought up that it's believed that there could be a group of women, a whole group of women, not just one, but a group of women that are doing this. And it's, think about it, I've always said, and I don't want anybody to take offense to this by any means, please, but women are the smarter of the two when it comes to male and female. We all know that. Okay, they have more common sense. They have more of a grasp on reality. They have more of a grasp on most everything. That's why I've always said men would be nothing without the women that support them. Period. Whether that be our mothers, our wives, our girlfriends. Period. That's just how there is. That's why I put women on.
You might be muted.
Sorry. The stupid microphone again. Yeah, but to come up with such a deep-rooted plan, something that is so intricate, to think about all these specific details, I would imagine there's definitely a woman involved.
Yeah, I would have to I'd have to dig a little bit more deeper into it, but just from what I got yesterday, clearly there's at least one female involved.
Oh yeah,
and I mean, if those are accidental deaths, then so was Kylie Rodney.
And I definitely don't believe that. So yes, sir. Good point. Welcome, Jacob.
Where did Sammy Smith end up going after?
Yeah, what did happen with Sammy Smith after all that went down? I haven't seen or heard nothing about that. I walked away from it with my nose up in the air, and I refused to look back at it, Dylan. Don't take it offensively, but I was so pissed off in Kylie's situation with the end result. I was mad at her mother. I was mad at law enforcement. I was mad at everything with that case. So I just turned tail, and you can ask Tomboy. She was here with me for that. I could turn tail and walked away and never looked back. So real quick, let me answer Jacob's question, and then you can answer my question. If this was Richard Allen, how did he know nobody would interrupt him or try to stop him? Remember, there was other near the Brit. Right. That's a good question and point, Jacob. Good point. Thank you, my friend. Always got good statements made here, Mr. Jacob. I appreciate it. Done one. Good to see you. Good to have you in the house today. Go ahead there, Dylan. Sorry. With what happened with Sammy Smith after all that went down?
Oh no, it was kind of a play on. It was kind of play on like very similar results of accidental death.
Gotcha.
But yeah, from my knowledge, Sammy went off to college, and then after that, I have no idea.
You gotta wonder, though. You gotta wonder. I always said, and a lot of people that we talked to believed that Sammy Smith was a plant. Okay, so I looked into that aspect of it, and I can't disagree. I can't agree, but I definitely had a lot of issues with Miss Sammy Smith in the Kylie Rodney case. The way she came forth, the way she threw herself to the world. Okay.
Yeah, it was. I think it was more of like it from all aspects of it. It looked like a Mean Girl situation. Possibly could have gone completely haywire, or could have been completely intentional.
Absolutely. Do you hear an echo while this is up? By the way, Dylan,
I don't hear any echo.
Okay. Does anybody in the chat hear an echo while I have this photograph up? By the way, this is baby me. Thank you to Scully. We're gonna put this on the front of a t-shirt, folks. With a little saying underneath it.
Wouldn't a baby picture of you be black and white?
Yeah, you're a funny guy there. You're a funny guy. No echo. Okay, so maybe Eddie was the only one having that issue then. Okay, good. Thank you, Scully. I appreciate you, bro. Yeah, black and white. You're such a comedian, brother.
I do
I'm
my
gonna
best.
throw that one up there or this one. I like this one better in some senses. Kind of cool. So, hey, hon, you want to see the baby me that they created? We're putting this on the front of a t-shirt. That's baby Dago.
It looks like baby Kaden with bigger lips.
Yeah.
If he had bigger lips.
Yeah. Yep, it does. Chat Beach Babe said, "Damn, Dylan." Telling you, man, they're vicious. They're tearing me apart day after day.
It's been a few days. It's been a few days. I gotta get my shots in.
It's all good, brother. It's all good.
Uh,
They all said hi to you, wife and Dago, or Miss Dago. They saw him.
Seahawks fan got you worse than I did.
Yeah. Oh, and there's another one he dropped there. I love that one's kind of funny too. That'd be funny on a t-shirt, I think. I love it.
I would caption that when the wife uses your middle name.
Oh yeah. Yeah, when my middle name comes out, that's when you'll see me disappear.
I'm going into Witsec.
Oh, really, Tandy? Cameras didn't exist then. Okay, we're all on that train today, I see. Well, you guys are some comedians running the train. Okay, I got you. Just dump right off the top of the building, right? Jeez, I swear. I swear, you guys are rough. Just so mean. There's that train. Hey, Stitch, is good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. We got 27 peeps in the house. I don't know how many more we're going to get, so we might have to get kicking here. Thank you again, Scully, for them picks. I appreciate that, brother, very much. Do you remember Sheldon Songstad as Senator? He was my Cabo friend. Cancer pass. Oh, geez, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's a rough thing. It's a bad thing. Cancer's horrible. Miss Jody Walters, great to see you today. We got another teacher in the house. Nothing but love and respect to Miss Jody, Miss Tandy, and any other teachers we have. They definitely deserve that. Give me a minute here to close this up. There's another one he sent me. That one is funny. I like that one right there, bro. Hold on. That's a good one, Scully. That's probably going to be the teacher one. Hold on. I'm going to have you guys vote for me. That one's funny.
I like it.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. Thank you, Scully. I don't see a lot of green in here either. It's all white. What's up with that, guys? There's the link if you guys want to become a member and jump into sauce with the rest of us. Please do. Please do. Let me pull that down. I like it too. I think that's going to be the one. Look, he's got more teeth in his mouth than I do. Gotta love that. Hey. South Dakota Clinton days. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. All right. So, how many of you guys, do me a favor real quick here? How many of you, and I'm going to do a poll. I wish I had some other peeps in here, but that's okay. Then you can also become part of our Discord, just like that right there. I'm going to run a poll real quick here. Oh, wait a minute. What was that? about the Delphi situation. And obviously, Dylan said he didn't know a lot, but I want to see your guys' thoughts before we get started. And it's a very simple. Is Richard Allen innocent? So, well, they're in there. They're making the gnocchi homemade, by the way. It ain't the store-bought shit, so it's going to be the real deal, good shit. Polls up. Is he innocent? Yes, no, or I don't know. They are definitely busting on me. It's all good, though. It's all in good fun. Breaking my balls. Forget about it. It's Fugazi. Oh, I got to turn that down. Hold on. Thank you much, Scully. I appreciate that, brother. All of them picks look great.
But yeah, as far as the Delphi case goes, I pretty much know absolutely nothing about it. I think it was going on the same time the Kylie Rodney was going on, and then
it was
went straight into the Idaho 4.
It was going on with a lot of them, yeah.
And so it just never came across my radar. But I will say, if you're saying that there's corruption and he's innocent, I am 100% behind you.
I'm gonna put it this way: there was a police officer. There were 3 police officers that continued in a certain direction in that case. One of them was killed in front of the federal building because of the direction he was going with it. That'll tell you something right there. Mr. Bry Guy, good to see you, Brian. Dropping a membership, and it looks like Firefly got that one. Congrats, Firefly, if you're here or if not. Welcome to the sauce. She used to be a member a long time ago. Thank you, Brian. Love you, buddy, so very much. Great to see you today. Very generous. Well, you guys are going to see the reason why we have always kind of compared Delphi and Idaho because of the limitless corruption that goes on. Hold on a minute. There we go. Sorry, bud. I had to mute you a little bit. You had a lot of background noise going on. My apologies. I followed Andrea Burkhart. She sat in on trial. Took me. Oh, yeah. We're talking about Delphi today, Brian, and the corruption there. It's all good. Michelle F., good to see you today. And that's okay. You'll see this. You'll definitely see it, and you'll definitely have some interest, folks, for those of you that didn't. If he was Thompson's relative, asked if he could answer, he said he could answer, but never did. Yeah. Good point there, Annie. Good point. I have lived in PA, New York, Ohio, California, Florida, South Carolina. It's all been wonderful. Yes. No one could see me, and it would not let me tip. Where at, Brian? Yeah, I can see you here. We see you. All right. I don't know why that happens to you, bud. It makes no sense. None at all. Yeah, we see you, Brian. And your membership thing went through, so I don't know. It's weird. All right. So this is where I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go back and play something from, I think it was 9 months ago that Court TV put out about the Delphi situation. This will give you guys that don't know anything, maybe probably all of it in one lump thing, if I can find it here. And then we're going to jump into something else. Also, I have something Richard Allen's wife has spoken out a few months back. Here we go. I do have it still. One minute here. And this is going to another creator that I follow pretty hardcore, especially with the Delphi case, Bob Motto. It's a Court TV excerpt that we're going to be looking at and going through with this. I don't understand that, Brian. That's wild. And again, you don't have to do it, buddy. You know that. I appreciate it very much. But we do have the option here, folks. If anybody struggles with the super chats or anything like that, we do have PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo if you're interested in supporting the channel in that aspect. It's never expected, but you're more than welcome, and we definitely appreciate it because it helps us to keep our bills paid. And I see there, thank you, Michael Green, dropped another one. Looks like Suzanne Seidel received that one. Thank you so much. To get more green, I can reset the goal. Is it over already? Good Lord. Set it a little bit longer. And hold on. There we go. Sorry about that, you guys. Goal has been reset. Good to go. Absolutely. More green. It's weird. Brian, I don't understand that. Maybe you got to reset it or update. Maybe it's a YouTube update that's not allowing you. I've heard people say stuff like that before. I'm not 100% sure, bud, but it could be that. Thank you so much, Michael. I appreciate that very much. Josie Joe. Good to see you, Miss Joe's. Hope you're having a great weekend. Great to have you here. Great to see you today. Thank you so much for joining us. 28 peeps in the house, guys. And it looks to me like we have 29 likes. That's awesome. I know the update sucks, Scully. Everybody's having problems with it. Can you hear me okay, Dylan, still? Yeah, okay, good. All right, guys. So I'm going to kick this off. Let me get this back over here. And get it going. If anybody needs anything reversed, turned up, turned down, changed around, backed up, whatever. You want me to turn it inside out? I don't know. Let me know. Thank you, Josie. I appreciate you, hon. Great to see you as always. All right, here we go.
Joining me, criminal defense attorney, host of the Defense Diaries podcast, was in the courtroom for the trial, Bob Mata, and private investigator, worked on the case for nearly 2 years, is close with Richard Allen's family. Erica Morse is with us. Thank you both for being here. Erica, it's been a while since I've talked to you about this case. So let's talk about this case. Let's start first with Richard Allen. His wife, Kathy, wasn't there today, right?
No one from the Allen family attended. That was an ongoing discussion between Rick and his family for about the last 2 weeks, Vinny, as to whether or not they should go. And the decision was made that if Rick's advisement by the defense attorneys was to not participate in the pre-sentencing investigation report, and for good reason, that the family would stand with him in solidarity and not accept the verdict by refusing to show up. It is unfair to watch this family, or to ask this family to watch this man be sentenced for crimes he did not commit in a trial that has to be redone.
So, Erica, tell me, why do you believe he did not commit this horrific double murder?
Oh, well, Vinny, we only have, 20 minutes to talk about it tonight. The Frank's memo. Frank's memo, which was not a concoction of the defense team. It was a highly and very thoroughly investigated extension of a report created by an FBI task force who developed that theory. And the man who authored that report died at the hands of an Odinist prison guard 5 days after he turned that report in.
Wait. Say that again?
To tell you, Vinny. Bob, back me on this. Am I lying?
No, she's talking about Greg Ferenczi, who was one of the 3 authors of the Odin report that Click, Ferenczi, and Kevin Murphy all put together because they continued that line of investigation for years until Greg Ferenczi was killed, and that was in front of a federal building shortly after he turned in that document.
explain this to. How was he killed? So the man who was killed was working for the FBI or was part of the task force. Who exactly was he?
He was one of the 3 members of the task force tasked with investigating all of the tips related, and I mean all of the tips related to a particular group of individuals. And Greg authored the report. It was turned in, I believe, on May 2nd. And he, on May 7th, was sitting in an office inside the federal building in, I believe it was Indy or Terre Haute. And a Molotov cocktail was thrown through his office window. Greg vacated his office, ran outside in front of the federal building, and that is when he was shot in the head by a former prison guard who is very openly tied to Odinism.
So was that prison guard arrested and prosecuted for this?
Yes, and charged, convicted. Yes, sir, he was. And this is one of the many details about the Delphi case that the state does not want the world to know. They don't want the world to know that Todd Click has been charged with unrelated crimes, another member of that task force. They don't want to know about the number of people associated with this case who have died or been charged, myself included. They don't want the world to know.
Wait, you've been charged with something now?
The bloods. I got to be careful.
Right.
But the blood spatter expert who testified at the Delphi trial was at my home, alone inside my home, 2 days before he testified in the trial, and Bob can attest to that. There's so much y'all don't know, Vinny. There's so much. People are scared. And then to have Doug and Dick sit there today and disparage us for the work we've done and talk about the transparency that they claim occurred in a case where there was none, where the defense team wasn't even allowed to present a case. Let's go. I'm ready. I told you I was going to talk starting the day the gag order was lifted. Let's do this.
Bob, what are you... I'm trying to make some sense of all this. So it seems like there's a big backstory here to the whole Odinism angle. And I just want to clarify this, right? So there's a task force that's part of law enforcement. And there's some members of this task force who had a different theory. They did not believe Richard Allen, or Richard Allen wasn't even on the radar yet for anyone. But they believed that the murder of these 2 girls was connected.
Welcome, Megastar. Meg's in the house. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Oh, yeah, definitely. Thank you for joining us, Meg. The Bob Father's on TV. That's facts, Mr. Bob Motto.
To some sort of Odinistic or Odinistic group ritual killing. And what you're telling me is that one member of that group who authored that report is no longer alive. Another one's been arrested for something?
Right before trial. Right before trial. Unrelated to the case, but...
But is he law enforcement or is she law enforcement? Like the people on this task force, were they law enforcement officers?
Oh, yeah. These were all longtime cops. These were all decorated. I mean, just Google Greg Ferenczi. You'll see immediately this guy was highly respected. All of these cops were longtime cops. And that's kind of what we've been saying about, you know, this concept of Doug Carter getting up there and casting shade on the defense for doing their job. Number one, let's just understand that it's their job, and everything that was in that Frank's memo that people on the Richard Allen is guilty. They created this whole narrative thing. The defense did side. I don't know if they just don't realize that all of that came from the discovery tendered to the defense by the state. None of this was cooked up by the defense.
Right.
That exact report we're talking about was in the discovery. That report that we're talking about right now was in the discovery. So when they start talking to these cops, obviously Ferenczi wasn't there to talk to, but the defense called Click, deposed Click. they deposed Kevin Murphy or called Kevin Murphy. They were like, what is this all about? You know, like, does this thing have legs?
Wow.
You know, I mean, everything that was in that
All right.
Frank's memo.
Stay where you are. Don't go anywhere.
Richard Allen, of Richard Allen is not accurate.
I don't think it's accurate. Richard Allen's a murderer.
Okay, Richard Allen.
And Batman right there plays a huge part in the corrupted side to this case, just so everybody knows. Once again, corrupted law enforcement. Can't go wrong there, bro. It's facts or facts. Josie's right. They can't put him, they literally cannot put him at the scene. It's ridiculous bullshit. 100% miscarriage of justice. Amen. 100%. Good point. And thank you. Jerry Holman's another one. Piece of shit. Thank you. Doug, Jerry, all of them. They're all trash, corrupted garbage. Period.
Allen today was sentenced to 130 years in prison for the Delphi murders. But right now we're going over some explosive revelations that are being brought by a private investigator who's investigated this case for 2 years. She is with us, Erica Morse, along with...
Oh, let's not forget the judge. Judge Gall was probably the most corrupted person in this entire case, too. Don't forget that either.
With Bob Mata, criminal defense attorney, host of Defense Diaries. I've got this information, and I just pulled this up. You know, you're hitting me with this tonight, Erica, but I want the folks at home to hear this, because this is a press release from the U.S. Attorney's Office. A federal grand jury in Indianapolis returned an indictment today, and obviously this goes back in time to 2022, charging a Terre Haute man with the murder.
What's up, Steve? Good to see you, bud. Hope you're doing well. Great to see you today. Happy Sunday to you, my friend.
Murder of a federal officer, attempted arson of federal property, and using a firearm during a crime of violence causing death. The charges against Shane Meehan, 45, stem from the July 7th, 2021 killing of Terre Haute police detective
Amen to that.
and FBI task force officer Gregory Ferenczi. Meehan was previously charged by a federal criminal complaint. According to court documents, on July 7th, Meehan drove his pickup truck to the gate of the FBI resident agency.
What'd you say sorry for, Meg? Everything, you're good? Absolutely great.
Building in Terre Haute. Meehan exited his truck and threw a Molotov cocktail toward the building. Shortly thereafter, Terre Haute police detective and FBI task force officer Gregory Ferenczi walked out of the building, just like you said, and was confronted by Meehan, who was holding a firearm. Meehan shot Ferenczi, who died of his injuries. Now, the U.S. attorney doesn't indicate anything about the investigation or the report connected to Odinism, but what you're saying is the report is handed in 5 days before this happened?
The report was turned in on the...
Welcome, Eddie. Good to see you, brother. The link's pinned if you want to join me, bro. Top of the chat, as always. Good to see you today, brother.
2nd of May, and Greg was killed on the 7th.
Wow. Was any of this litigated, Bob? When was all these revelations coming out first, Eric? When were these pieces put together? And when did you understand, oh my goodness, there might be something else going on here?
The first round of discovery and found the Odin report. In that discovery, that's when everybody kind of pumped the brakes for a second and went, what the hell are we dealing with here? And
well, how do we know that Shane Meehan is does he claim to be an Odinist?
Very proudly.
Yes, and he his employment is listed throughout the trial as a former prison guard in the DOC. And as you recall, we had a lot of problems with prison guards inside the DOC being Odinists. Oh, gosh, I hope I'm here in 24 hours.
Same here, Stiggy.
a lot of problems with allegations about Odinist prison guards, and some of those guys testified at trial. Again, there was a reason why cameras weren't allowed in that courtroom. There was a reason why pen and paper only were allowed. And as Andy Baldwin said, a couple of years ago, standing inside one of the courthouses, he said, it's time for journalists to be journalists. And we were begging you guys, while being stifled, silenced, threatened, retaliated against, gagged, to dig deeper and deeper, because we couldn't tell the world what was happening. But what we continued to do throughout the process is file motions and provide information that should have been allowed in at trial to be explored by a jury. And not only was it not allowed, but then today, a very extreme effort was made to shut down any attempt to let us talk about it.
And once again, just like in another case we know, the judge, Seagull here, I'm one of the most corrupted judges I've ever seen in my life. She blackmailed the defense team into recusing themselves until they took it to the Supreme Court and they were brought back in. But that's just one of the things that she did. But she disallowed a third-party defense that would have given absolution to innocence to this man. She completely disallowed it purposely. Okay. She disallowed anything that could have helped this man. Again, Hitler, Gall, same person. They've done the same type things in these cases. Okay. Unbelievable. And literally they threatened his defense team, folks. They came into a court hearing. Okay. And she said that they were going to go in her quarters and have a discussion. As they're in there, multiple police officers walk into the courtroom and sit down silently. Tell me that's not a threat. They come out, they recuse themselves from the case, and she makes it act like she made it sound like it was a surprise to her when she's in the in her quarters with them. Basically said, "I'm gonna give you the option. You can either recuse yourselves, step away, or I'm gonna make it so that you have no choice," is what she did. It's blackmail, folks. And she got away with this shit. And many other things she did. Yeah, she also made exhibits unviewable in the case. Many things this woman did to absolutely make sure that this man goes to prison, that this man is convicted, no matter what. Period. It was disgusting. I have an interview with an attorney that stepped in. I can't think of his name right now, but I can show you. When his two attorneys stepped away, it was just for a short period of time, but Doc, it's in the house. Good to see you, brother. Thank you. The man gave an interview after the fact when he stepped off. After they came back, he stepped away, and he clearly states, and I'll show you the interview, folks, 100%. The man, and it stuck with me, the look on his face, the sound in his voice, clearly states that Richard Allen is absolutely innocent, has nothing to do with this, in his opinion. Now, why in the hell would he say that? As an attorney, okay, he has nothing to do with this now. And he said, he even says it, I'm not just saying that because I represented him. He goes, when he got involved in the case, he saw the situation. He said it, the man is innocent. And he's got 130 years over one bullet. One bullet, just like one sheath, one bullet that they've never proven to be his. It's unbelievable, you guys. Unbelievable. Just giving you the heads up on that, too. Oh, yeah, I know. Docket knows this case very well. You're welcome to join us, too, Docket. Link's pinned, brother. And thank you, Tanny. I was just getting ready to ask that. You guys are reading my mind today. So, yeah, crazy, crazy situation. On we go.
And listen, I'm all in at this point. An innocent man was just sentenced to 130 years in prison today. His wife has become one of my best friends, and I can't let this go. Rick Allen is an innocent man, and we can prove it.
All right, stay where you are. We're going to
Eminem,
do an extra segment on this. We're going to take a short break right now, but Bob Motta, Erica Morse staying with us. Is there more to the story? We'll be right back.
For those of you that don't know, Defense Diaries, I have a bunch of stuff. I have another thing we can review between Bob and Andy Baldwin that just popped up today or yesterday. Very interesting. Bob Motta was very, very, very in touch. He's an attorney, of course, with that. And in this case, he was there through the whole thing. And he says himself the same thing and has from the beginning, him and his wife both. It's not Richard Allen, folks. Not at all.
I will. Hold on, I'm
Go ahead.
I'm not going. I'm just trying to figure out why.
Now, how about now?
Okay. All right. Yeah, we're good now.
I don't know why it does this. I don't know. I'm going to figure it out. Go ahead, buddy.
But I will say, kind of just off the cuff, I have major problems with the judge not allowing cameras in there, not allowing actual media in there. It's especially in today's world, it is the simplest tactic to try to keep as much under wraps as possible by not allowing the cameras in, because the average person is not going to sit there and look at the court sketches or go through the documents and actually try to get a grasp of what's going on. That is a huge problem in this. And then I mean, you said that there was a bullet.
There's a bullet they found between the two victims, buried in the ground between them. That's how they got him. And it's there's no way that they said that it was racked through his gun. It's a typical standard gun that a whole lot of people own. Okay. Just to give you a heads up. And they said that the bullet was racked into the chamber and then racked out of the chamber. It was never fired through the barrel of the gun. That's how they matched it to his gun, they said. It had the same markings, right? So when they get to court on this, they had an expert on this that couldn't prove that until she fired it from the barrel of the fucking gun. Bullshit. So it didn't even match to what they were saying. The science on it is garbage, junk, bullshit. Doc says I was there for opening statements. And that's awesome. Love to hear your thoughts on that, buddy. For sure. If you can jump up, 100%, we'd appreciate it. Yeah, Eddie's right. Unfired handgun cartridge. It's unbelievable. That was the only thing they had, Dylan. There's no DNA. There's no nothing. That's how they got Richard Allen. Richard Allen walked into the police station and sat down and said, hey, I was out there that day. I'd like to help if I can. This is a very bad situation, so on and so forth. And at that point, they got their guy. The man, in my opinion, that truly had something to do with this, there's multiple people involved, in my opinion, once again. But the man that was one of the most important people is dead. They had him in custody. And then he's also the person that they talk about, bridge guy, that you see in this bridge guy videos that they show. That's the person I think is on the bridge that day as well. Not Richard Allen, who's 5'4". No, the guy that's 5'10" to 6 foot taller, the one on the bridge. So, right. I heard that before too, Doggett. Yeah, it's like Brian at Costco. Good point, Scully. So there's a lot to this, bro. There's a whole lot of other people that should have been arrested, talked about, pointed out. There was, I'm not going to go into details because it's going to take me forever, but there was one person that stepped forward, made a statement about referring to spitting on the grave of the victims or the victims themselves, and then asked if he could get in trouble for that. That's not a problem, though. They don't bring that person in. They don't talk to this person. I'm not saying they didn't talk to him, but they don't. You're going to push this guilt with this guy, but not that guy. That's what blows my mind. There's many situations like this. And there's another case that I've covered wholehearted, like heavy duty. I'm still covering, and I'm very passionate about too, that I'm almost 99.991% positive is linked to this. It's the Flora 4 case. There were 4 little girls that were burnt to death in their home in Flora, Indiana, which is literally, okay, I'll tell you how close it is. DELPHI is who responded to the house when it was on fire, instead of the Florida Fire Department, which was 3.5 blocks away. They're linked. I don't care what anybody says. They're absolutely 100% linked. And the 4 girls that died in the fire were African American girls. Just keep that. Just understand why I would tell you that, Dylan. Okay. The area, the people, lot of issues with that kind of stuff. So, and the Odinism side to this is not what you think and believe Odinism to be. Okay. It's not true Odinism. It's something that they've turned into something of they took an Odinism basis and turned it into what they call heathenism. It's not true Odinism at all. Not even close. Okay. They've made it something dark. They've added the white supremacist side to it and things like that and made it really, really dark. So Miss Christie's in the house. Good to see you, Christy. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us. Another one of my amazing moderators. Thank you for being here, guys. Make sure we put Christy's link in the chat. Show some love over there as well. What about Dr. Walla, who was in True Crime Chats about this case, then testified against? I know, that was pretty wild. Pretty wild, Meg. Very good point. So, yeah, there's a lot of shit with this, Dylan, that there's no way. I'm sorry, but there's no way that this man that they have arrested did this. Period. That's all there is to it. Oh, Christy, you shouldn't have to drop your own link, hon. But please go subscribe to Miss Christy with Christy's Chaos. She does amazing things. She's done amazing things in the the Idaho 4. Idaho 4 case is what I was trying to say. Yeah. Very, very, very cool. Great stuff. So, yeah, Dylan, there's a lot to this. I'm going to show you some other things, but this was just kind of, I should have probably given like an update from the beginning, like a real quick break on that, but we pretty much explained it to you. 2 little girls were found deceased on somebody's property. And again, they're trying to claim that this one man did this. Again, it's another situation where it's not, in my opinion, possible that one man did this. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Is there like any sort of connection between Alan and the girls? Like same coffee shop, anything?
Nope. Yeah, the only connection there is that they were both at the same place that day.
Oh,
that's it. Welcome back, Eminem. Yeah, there's no connection, none. There's more of a connection to these girls in the other people that we've talked about in this case over the past 6-8 years than there is with Alan, but they won't look at her. This man had no criminal record. He worked at CBS. He did nothing. But all the people that do have all these things in the background, they won't look at them. And they had the one that I think is probably one of the main in custody, and he died. They let him go and he died. And there's people that have come forth and said, it's his ex-girlfriend said, it's him. I know he did it. Things like that. They won't even look at it. The judge didn't even want to hear it. Like I said, no third-party defense. It's Richard Allen or nothing. They would not even, she wouldn't even let you say the word Odinism in her courtroom. That'll tell you something in itself. She didn't want nothing with the Odinism side to this, which was what was stated. There was officers working on this within that task force going in that direction still. One of them was murdered. That'll tell you something, obviously. And then again, at the same time, there's other people talking about it. You couldn't even bring it up. And that's why I said she's probably interrelated with that somehow as well. It's crazy. It's absolutely insane. I agree with that, Phenomenal Mom. Good to see you today. They were not allowed to use any defense at all. Truly, yeah. He wasn't allowed to defend himself. She gave them nothing to work with. Everything they had, she took away from him in any way, shape, or form. And you should have seen this guy, Dylan. It was sad. When they arrested him, he was a short little kind of beer belly type dude. Good old boy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
By the time the man went to trial, he looked like he was a zombie. He looked like The Walking Dead. He lost so much weight. He won't eat his food. Well, would you eat your food if you knew that people were conspiring to take you apart? They sent him directly to prison when he was arrested, Dylan. Instead of putting him in county jail before the trial, they put him in prison.
Jesus.
I can keep going. There's many things they've done. And then they parade the guy through the courtroom. This little 5'4", nobody, nothing guy with 12. I counted him one day. 12 sheriff's deputies walking him through. He looked like Jacob Marley with the chains around his waist. His hands were like this, around his belly, around his ankles, everywhere. And they kept him in solitary confinement, Ming's right.
Jesus.
Before it was even proven that he did anything, which they've never done yet, but still.
Huh.
The judge, he was kept in isolation for 6 months. Then they say, but he admitted to it. Same thing. The man admitted to, he confessed to it over the phone to his wife. And he said that I did this. I want you to envision a man standing there that has been abused, threatened, that his family's been threatened. Every time his attorneys would walk into the jail cell or to the jail to meet with them, the first thing he said is, my family okay? The jail, and he blamed it on the Odinistic side to this, okay? And the prison he's sitting in, the guards are Odinists. They have patches on their uniforms, which is not legal either. So when the warden told him they have to remove the patches, the piece of shit goes and gets a tattoo on his face. An Odinism tattoo that you can't have removed. And they kept him on as the guard. Tell me that's okay. And the man was being threatened. So imagine this little guy standing there talking to his wife with a guard on each side of him, threatening him and making him confess to these things. If you don't, your family's going to die. Because that's what I envisioned. And you can hear him through the phone call say, there's somebody here. I did this. But he didn't.
Yeah, it's
how bad this is, dude. It's how bad this is.
So a lot of the false confessions that you see, they say no 1,500 times, but finally, after months of solitary confinement, constant threats, you're going to eventually get a yes. It doesn't matter if it's a civilian or the hardest core Marine guy.
Of course.
I mean, you will break.
Solitary confinement, you're only supposed to be in there for a certain amount of time. They had him in there well beyond that, and he was on Halidol. He was put on medications without doctor's orders at first, okay? It was insane. Haloperidol. Yep. After haloperidol, he confessed. Thank you. Read up on that and see what that tells you that those things can do, the side effects and stuff like that. Not to mention when you're kept in solitary confinement for such a period of time, and you're mistreated. You know what I mean? Another inmate came forward and wrote a letter and stated that he knows for a fact that this man was being abused, threatened, this and that and everything else. And another inmate coming forward and making that statement has nothing to gain being in prison by making a statement like that, other than bad negative attention coming to him. You know what I'm saying? He's not going to get nothing out of that, making that statement, except negative stuff. So for him to step forward and say that, that's pretty serious, I think. The man was in such bad shape, and Meg is right. He was eating his own feces.
Oh, Jesus.
He was eating paper. He was eating his documents. He went nuts for a little while, okay? And they pushed it to that point. Very sad, crazy situation. And in the end, the jury didn't hear, in my opinion, 93% of the facts in this case. They gave them certain little pieces of this, that, and everything else, and that was the end of it.
They gave them just enough of a narrative.
They wanted them to hear. Yeah, and jurors came forward afterwards and said, I'm not comfortable with this now. You know what I mean? Absolutely. Typically. Good to see you today, dear. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'll definitely do a deep dive on this and in the Texas case too.
Yeah, you definitely got to look at Delphi, dude. Go back and look at the beginning of it and come forward, and I'm telling you, you'll see exactly what we're showing. Let me finish this video up here. We're almost done with this and the other stuff that I'm going to show you the updates on. The updates themselves, Dylan, will show you. You'll be able to figure out what happened and why they're saying what they're saying.
Yeah, I'm trying to multitask.
Right, I got you.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, the family.
Join Court TV's only on Court TV.
the Delphi murder case, and we're in the midst of doing some of that right now on this program. Welcome back. Richard Allen, 130 years. He was sentenced today, presented no evidence, said nothing. They're going, banking on the appellate process in all of this. Erica Morris is with us, private investigator. Has worked this case for 2 years. Bob Mata knows this case inside out, has been covering it in Defense Diaries. Bob Mata's a great attorney. So the man who shoots and kills the author of the Odinism report and shoots and kills the FBI task force member who's a Terre Haute detective is now in a hospital, not competent to stand trial, apparently, for these federal charges. He's having mental issues. So I don't know what's going on there. Bob Mata, let me ask you a quick question. Quick answer. What can the defense team do with this information? And does this become anything that can be used to get a new trial?
Yeah, I mean, a bulk of it was contained in the Franks memo. I mean, that a huge amount of what we've been talking about was contained in the Franks memo.
It's larger than that. If you've got someone who's alleged to be a former Department of Corrections Odinist who shoots and kills the author of the guy who says the Odinists are responsible for the murder of Abby and Libby.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to make that connection. I don't know if that connection's been made. Certainly wasn't brought up by the defense in that context because they're worried about defending Richard Allen.
Right.
But you know what I'm saying?
If you can't make that connection, is that new evidence that could get you potentially a new trial?
If it has legs.
Okay. Erica Morris, does it have legs?
It has legs, and there's a lot of new information. You know, the one thing I really have to stress here is that this defense team, a group of individuals assigned and then some others brought on by request, independently and collectively, you know, we keep hearing countless hours. Well, I did a little bit of very conservative math today, and I'd say on our end, conservatively, 22 to 25,000 hours as a team on this case. And we have done such thorough investigating. We took that 27-page Odin report and turned it into a 136-page Franks memo. And there is a reason they fought to keep that out. And there is a reason why every time we tried to get it in, it was shut.
You see how many people? I know it's echoing. I'm sorry. You see how many people, how many guards or officers they have walking him in, this little guy? You ever seen anything like that in the Koberger case?
I was going to say the only time I have ever seen it was I believe the Silent Lamp.
I was going to say the next step would have been to put him on a damn dolly and wheel him in with a mask over his face. They did everything short of that. You know what I mean? It's really sad.
Down and shut down quickly. We have conflicts of interest running amok in this.
Yeah, when we talk, Greg, there's an echo for some reason. I'm sorry, brother. I won't talk.
Case. We have very strange timelines that don't fit. For those who were in the courtroom today, the one thing that Brad did ask was that the record be corrected to reflect that Rick was not arrested on October 28th, that he was actually arrested on October 26th. And I can tell you that I've spent the last 2 weeks of my life going through every minute of October 26th through October 28th, and it has resulted in a lot of new information.
Okay. We're out of time for tonight, but obviously we will continue to follow up on this. Erica Morris, appreciate you coming on and providing some of this new information. Obviously, it gives us something to work on.
All right. And Erica is the PI that got involved and went looking into all this stuff. And she found all this information that, of course, wasn't put out there. And it's kind of interesting. There's some appeal points here. The appeal was filed. Okay, 100%. And poor Mama Bear working her brains out. Sorry guys, hold on. The appeal was filed. I'm trying to find that video of. Hold on here. Tomboy sent it to me. There we go. I want you guys to hear this. Alarming appeal update. Okay.
We have huge up.
Since this has happened. And then I'll show you something else here. So this is from a channel called To The Point. He put this out a while back. 1 second here. Actually, no, this one's a day ago. This is a newer one. Very interesting. 1 second. There's the link if you guys want to go subscribe. Check out this guy here. He's followed this for a long time as well. But check this out real quick here. And then I have Andy Baldwin, which was one of the defense attorneys, joining Bob Motto just recently, talking about the situation as well and what is going on in the background. Anything before I add this, Dylan, you want to say or throw out there?
Has the victim's family said anything about Alan's conviction?
I do have a video we're going to look at where Richard's wife speaks out finally. And yeah, we'll show that too.
I mean the victim's family.
The victims have stated that they feel they got justice, but there again, it's like another situation we know.
Yeah,
they were fed this. Okay, they were fed this information with a spoon, and I feel horrible for them. These two little girls there was no reason that this had to happen to these two little girls, and I feel bad. They went, and mind you, this case is a little bit different, bro. They went 6 years. 6 years. Before they got somebody in custody for this. And it just sat idle for that long. And then all of a sudden, boom. Now, this man worked in this town at CBS. There were photographs put up of who they believe did this. Sketches that were put out. Okay? There were sketches in the store he worked in. The bar he hung out in himself, the guy that was convicted. Nobody ever once looked at him and said, oh, my God, it's you.
Yeah, when he was on the screen, I was trying to do a side by side as I was going through, trying to play catch up.
Right.
It's different.
Not even remotely close, So, William Tardy, my friend, good to see you, brother. 100%. There's a link for the channel that we're going to be watching here real quick on these updates on the appeal process and how alarming this is. Wait till you hear this shit, you guys. If you haven't seen this yet, it's pretty wild.
Updates in Richard Allen's appeal. What is the strategy his attorneys will use? How successful will this be? And is this just the tip of the iceberg? All that being said, everything's alleged. Welcome to The Point. Let's get to it.
Tonight, we're getting new insight into how Richard Allen's legal team plans to appeal his conviction for the Delphi double. A jury found Allen guilty last December for Abby Williams and Libby German.
He is appealing that verdict and his 120-year sentence. Fox 9's Max Lewis explains the key ruling from the judge that his attorneys are going after.
In a motion filed this week, Richard Allen's appellate attorneys for the first time revealed the elements of the highly watched case they plan to use in an attempt to reverse his conviction, telling the court they, quote, intend to raise the denial of the motion to suppress and the exclusion of third-party evidence on appeal. The motion to suppress deals with the warrant used to search Allen's home, where detectives say they found what they dubbed the Bridge Guy starter kit, including a blue Carhartt jacket, numerous knives, and the police say they connected to an unspent bullet found at the crime scene.
It's certainly worth taking up because this is certainly an outlier case on the facts.
Allen's defense attorneys argued that the chief investigator on the case, Tony Liggett, omitted facts and fabricated witness statements.
Tony Liggett, that's another one, Dylan. I know, sorry about the echo real quick. It's only going to last while I'm talking, but Tony Liggett is a disaster, bro. Another one, another piece of shit. Sorry. But yes,
you don't echo for me.
I'm sure, but they're hearing it though. But yeah, I get it. But yeah, big time. Liggett is bad, very bad, as well as the prosecutor, folks. The prosecutor was horrible on this as well.
to obtain that warrant.
It's more than that. It's more than just a fabrication. Look at the timing of everything.
Welcome, Krista.
First of all, what is a bridge guy starter kit? Are you telling me that if somebody happens to pass in the area that I live in and they happen to have a brown Carhartt jacket, now all of a sudden I'm a suspect? All of a sudden I'm the guy who did it simply because...
And the bridge guy's not even wearing a damn Carhartt jacket. It almost looks like a members only jacket, Dylan. Not a Carhartt one. Good to have you here, Krista. Thanks for joining us, hon. But yeah, not even close.
Because I happen to be in the area and I happen to have that type of coat. Everybody in that area has that type of coat. I mean, this is ridiculous and absurd. They completely left out the fact that one of the eyewitnesses says she saw a young man with curly hair. You trying to tell me all of a sudden that's Richard Allen? That in the span of a few years, he aged 50 and his thick curly hair all of a sudden fell out. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's absolute nonsense. It's beyond trash. They didn't just withhold information, they completely excluded it. They didn't let anybody know. I have a hard time believing that a judge, an actual judge, with a law degree, not some of these other people who just happen to be elected in magistrate positions, but a judge with an actual law degree would sit there and look at all this evidence. They would look at all these eyewitness statements and they would say, yeah, obviously this guy probably could have done it. I don't believe that. I'm not buying it. And I don't think that's a narrative that should be sold. I mean, okay, he had a .40 caliber firearm. So does everybody else in that community. Or at least the vast majority of the people in that community. That round did not exclusively match Richard Allen's weapon. I don't know why people keep pushing that narrative. I get it that the mainstream media lies and the mainstream media twists and the mainstream media panders to a large audience who wants to believe everything is sunshine and rainbows, but that's not the case. It is a complete fabrication of the truth to get on there and say this round matched Richard Allen's weapon exclusively, meaning it could only be his. That is 100% not true. That is 100% in the court record. And if you don't believe me, fact check me. r/Delphi documents. You can get the full transcript. Download that transcript. Do a search for this term. Search for the word .40 caliber. You'll come across it. You will see on cross-examination, the state's ballistic expert says she could not exclude other weapons tested, meaning that weapon could belong to somebody else. We just don't know. It just so happens Richard Allen happens to be the only guy dumb enough to say he happened to be at the park that day. But once again, when you're trying to help people, when your goal and intent is to try and help and solve a crime, why would you believe you're a suspect? I mean, let's talk about they found knives in the home. Everybody has knives in the home. The takeaway here is they didn't even say anything about a box cutter on the state side until Richard Allen just had his episode while he was in solitary confinement in a prison before he was actually charged with a crime. Let that resonate for a minute. Oh, and let's not forget his right to a speedy trial was violated.
However, Judge Fran Gall ruled there was no evidence of that and declined to throw out the evidence found in Allen's home. Defense attorney John Tompkins thinks the strongest argument could be on the second issue, which is Judge Gall's ruling that Allen's defense team couldn't present evidence that pointed to other possible suspects.
And really, they thought it was two people, and they released sketches of two people, and they asked the entire nation to identify those two people, neither of whom was the eventual defendant.
Delphi investigators had several suspects over the years, including Ron Logan, who owned the property where the girls' bodies were found. Logan was such a suspect that police searched his home in the weeks after the but he was never charged. Investigators had long believed that more than one person committed the murder, but never explained why their theory changed.
Their theory changed because they stumbled across an interview where a guy said he happened to be there. That's what changed. That's how I feel about it. I'm sorry if you disagree. This is an open discussion channel. And on this channel, you can feel free to disagree at any point in time and not be blocked, not be attacked, or not be cussed out. The timing and how this thing lined out, how all this stuff lined out, seems to me like they ran out of witnesses. They ran out of suspects. They had no idea who committed this crime. They stumbled across Richard Allen's name. Well, he said he was at the park that day. And since we've already screwed up this investigation, let's put it all on him. Let's fabricate all this evidence to fit Richard Allen. I mean, let's look at it like this. After the state got its conviction, after the state got up there and did their press conference, knowing that they had found the guy who committed this crime, Nick McClellan in a statement said he wasn't ruling out other suspects. But the whole premise of their case against Richard Allen was he was the sole perpetrator. So what is that telling you? What does that tell anybody with a shred of common sense? It should tell you that the state has no idea what happened and that their entire case against Richard Allen was nonsense. and that they still believe there are other individuals involved. And if there are other individuals involved, then everything they said in the trial against Richard Allen was crap. It was as far.
Indiana State Police themselves said that they believe that there were multiple people involved in this. So that's, but you ignore the fact of it. You know what I mean? Exactly. No DNA, no connection, no evidence. Corrupt police, corrupt judge, and tainted jury. Delphi is a breeding ground of corruption, and even the locals are scared to speak out. Bridge guy is Ron Logan, in my opinion. She says RA in her. I think she probably meant that, but yeah. I do agree with all that. Yeah, I saw that, Scully. No problem, brother. Lucci Lou. Good to see you. Right.
Yeah, I will say after the two different sketches of two different people, that alone is a massive problem.
Oh yeah, big time. Most definitely agreed.
And they don't. Neither one of them match Alan.
Nope. I agree, Krista. I do. Eddie, I don't know if you saw it. And Krista, the link is pinned. If you guys, anybody else wants to join us and talk about it, you're welcome. Cat Lady's in the house. Good to see you. Happy Canadian Thanksgiving to you, Miss Cat Lady. I hope you're having a good day today. Appreciate ya.
Now they were killed with a gunshot wound, or they were shot, or
no, they were. It was a stabbing situation.
Okay,
neither one of them were shot.
Now I'm really confused because I don't know exactly what.
Thank you.
The bullet has to do with it.
100%. There you go. Now you get it. See? Very bad stuff. Very bad stuff. On we go.
As far as I'm concerned, hearsay. And I understand when Judge Gold made a ruling that there was no nexus. I got a lot of comments on a lot of my videos that there was no nexus. Well, Baldwin had very recently gotten on a podcast with Defense Diaries, and he laid out a very interesting point. How can he really establish a nexus if he isn't allowed the proper time to get in front of the judge and present all the evidence in a clear and concise manner? Call up all these witnesses, all these police witnesses, and say, did you say this on this day? What did you say in this interview? They didn't have a chance to do any of that. This was like a one-day hearing or some kind of nonsense. And even if you believe Richard Allen is guilty, okay, whatever, you believe Richard Allen is guilty, are you legitimately telling me that at this moment in time, he got a fair trial? Are you saying this man got a fair shot? Judge Gold was the judge who said cameras need to be in the courtroom. These trials need to be transparent. The public needs to know. They need to have all the information. But all of a sudden, when this one lands on her desk, she shuts it all down. I personally believe for the longest time, Ron Logan was the primary suspect. That was just my guess based off everything that was floating around. It seemed to make the most sense to me at the time, and it still makes the most sense to me now. But nothing about this trial passed the smell test. His constitutional rights were violated. He had a right to a speedy trial. He wanted a speedy trial, and he didn't get that speedy trial because of court antics, because of nonsense, because of judicial blunders. The Judge Gold would have taken the time to do a 1 to 2 week hearing on this whole Franks memorandum. Maybe a lot of this could have came in, but she didn't want that. You got a day or you got 2 days to get through all these motions. That's absurd. They are trampling on this man's rights. And I'll tell you right now, even if during the trial they laid out some key piece of evidence that I said this points to guilt, I would still be on here saying that man deserves a fair shot. And if you think he got a fair trial, you believe he got a fair trial, please let me know down in the comments below.
Because the jury needs to understand this was
not even close.
A single perpetrator theory, and this guy was not the first guy that you wanted to arrest.
But Tompkins says less than 5% of all convictions are reversed on direct appeal. Allen's attorneys have not yet filed that formal appeal, saying they have not yet received all the necessary evidence. In the newsroom, I'm Max Lewis, Fox 59 News.
The one bright
Welcome,
side
Scotty.
of this whole situation is the state's attorneys have agreed with Richard Allen's appellate attorneys in that they need the exhibits in this Frank memorandum. And at least initially, it seems like they're playing fair, they're playing by the rules, and everybody's just trying to go along, to get through this process. I have not heard any reports or stories that one side's doing antics and the other one's having a hard time. So that's a good thing. At least it's different than dealing with Nick McClelland. But there is 100% a nexus in this story. One of the people named in the Frank's memorandum had a son, and that son dated one of the victims. That is.
Welcome, Docket. Good to see you today, brother. Thank you for joining us. I love the CIA. Oh, I don't know if you can hear me yet.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
There you go. Good to see you, bro. How are you today? Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us.
I'm good. I wasn't expecting to hear about Delphi today, but
well,
even just hearing all this stuff is bringing up so much stuff that I've kind of forgotten about. It's unreal.
I've been trying to get to it for a while, dude, but with all the Idaho stuff and trying to catch up with this and that, I've been, after getting this video here dropped and so on and so forth, I know you were deep in this one. I respected and appreciate everything you did with this because it's bullshit. We know it is. Before I go further with the videos, I have to take it down. I got to figure out why it's echoing. But any thoughts, feelings, or before we go any further?
No, I mean it was quite an experience going there. I didn't even have a YouTube channel at that point. It never crossed my mind, which was kind of weird because I was one of the few people there that wasn't like media or a local. And then everybody else would like say, "What's your YouTube channel?" It was kind of like the question. I was like, "I don't have one."
Right, yeah. That kind of expected. I'm glad you put one together, though. I'm grateful for what you do. Like she said, we love you here, bro. Always happy to have you in the house and everything you do with it too. With any case we've covered. So yeah, I mean it's obvious. Like Dylan, the look on Dylan's face when I was explaining these things to him, he never watched it. So I did the real, like you said, the real quick shortcut to everything of what went down, and I've left out so much stuff. You know what I mean?
It's almost unbelievable to like, kind of learned all that on the way and seen it all unfold.
Yeah,
it would be hard for me to like buy into this. Like, okay, you've got to be exaggerating some of this. This can't really be what happened there,
right?
And you scratched the surface. I mean, you've barely scratched the surface
exactly
on what this. I mean, this is the stuff nightmares are made of.
It is, and the sad thing is with this is like you just said. Like when I was describing this to people when I was covering this back when I did it, I'm like, guys, we're covering Idaho, we're covering this, and a lot of it's. Some parallels you see in some senses, you can say that. I said, but this, we're imagining this stuff is going to happen and what's going on behind the scenes in Idaho. This is in our face, literally in our face. It's going down right here and now. It's happening as we speak, and it's unbelievable that it's being accepted. You know what I mean? And it was just when I watched all this happen, I sat here. I'm looking at this judge like, how is nobody saying anything to this woman? How is she getting away with what she's saying, what she's doing, what she did to the defense team? The bullying, the intimidation factor. I know you watched that the day that the whole police force walked in and took a seat in the courtroom when she's in the back talking to them. Like, tell me that's not intimidation. Give me a break. It
was a very intimidating setting all around. I mean,
yes,
for all of us spectators, we've had to line up. I got there at like 3 a.m. And you literally are having to sleep on the sidewalk just to hope to get a chance in the courtroom.
Right. And
then at any point you're worried that she's going to like look at you and just be like, you're doing something wrong, get out of here or arrest him. Like it was seriously to the point that I thought if I do something wrong, I could get thrown in jail here.
Absolutely.
And,
yes.
It felt like that.
She was very scary during that. It was like the Gestapo folks. Sorry. And it was like she was waiting and watching like I said, you couldn't say the word Odinism in the courtroom. You're done. And I can imagine her having you put in jail for something stupid as that. Okay. And it was that bad. It was truly that bad the whole time. So the fact that you were there, God bless, bro. I mean, I can't imagine being in the same room as this woman, watching her do the things she's doing, knowing that it's wrong and seeing, Rich come in the way he does and did, like I said, they drug him in here like it was Hannibal Lecter. I'm surprised they didn't have him strapped to a fucking dolly,
Well, and it's a tiny courtroom. So it was very limited on how many people could get in. But when you were in, I was sitting in the back row, but directly in front of me was Becky Patty, who's the grandma of one of the girls. Kelsey is sitting next to her. So I'm literally, I could reach out my arm and touch both of them. At one point before the hearing started, I was sitting next to Andrea Burkhart, and we were talking, and Becky Patty turned around and yelled at us because she could tell that we were not maybe supportive of that side, and we'd kind of got set on that side. Those are the only seats available.
Sure.
And she let us have it, and I mean, it was a tiny room. It was very weird.
Right.
The whole thing.
Right. And that's sad because you feel for the families, but at the same time, it's unjust. You don't know which way to feel in that aspect, because you want the families to have the justice they deserve, but we don't want an innocent man sitting in prison for 130 years either. That's the other side to it, if he makes it that long. And that's something else I worry about. That you heard everything we talked about. All what they did to him, basically driving him out of his damn mind for the coerced confessions and all that other bullshit that we all know happened. And it's unbelievable to believe that can happen. Now,
what I am hopeful for is, because they actually did go to trial and all that played out, even though they tried to hide it unbelievably, it caught the attention of some of the appellate attorneys in Indiana, and some of the best, if not the absolute best people, have really taken this on because they've they realized what happened. And so he's got Michael Osbrook is one of them. I don't know if he's even officially on his team.
I don't think he
got named attorneys or whatever, but I know Michael is working hard on researching it and helping. And he's I think a professor at one of the law schools there or whatever, but he's the guy to go to for appeals.
Agreed.
And he and other people have really taken it on. So I think if he has a chance of getting an appeal, which, I mean, with the way the system has treated him so far, I'm sure it doesn't feel like he has much of a chance. He's got the best people working for him, and it's a slow process. But I hold out hope that because of that, and I think that's one of the things that worried me about Kohberger not going to trial.
Yeah,
is that I think more people would have been able to be exposed to all the actual underpinnings of this case that only the people who have really followed it closely for years knew. But once it went to trial, a lot more people would be learning those things. Mm-hmm. And so the public, I think, could have generated more support for him. I think they avoided that by not taking it to trial too, which could really hurt Kohberger.
I do agree with you. Yes, I think a lot of people have thought that. We've had that conversation at some point as well. Hey, woke up in 84. Good to see you. Anybody else that's joined us, great to have you here. And again, grateful to have Docket on panel with us today. Thank you, Dylan, for joining us. I know you had to run. I appreciate you as well. Hopefully we give you a little insight into it for you to look into yourself. You definitely got to look into it. Carolyn Prestage, welcome to you. Wade Bird, good to see you. Thank you for everybody that's just jumped in with us. Appreciate you very much. But yeah, I do agree. I got a couple things I want to do. I wanted to run through the end of this real quick, and then Andy Baldwin was one of Richard Allen's defense attorneys, and him and Bob Motto, they're pretty tight, and they do a lot of different things. Well, there's a new it's called DELPHI Unhinged that dropped, and they talk about this, and I want to show you guys what's going on at this point and what Andy has to say. Very interesting stuff, and I'm really, I'm with Docket on that. I hope that they can flip this upside down and really show how bad this was, okay, and give this man his life back, because he's got a family. He's got a wife, a daughter, and he had a life before this, guys, that they've completely taken out from underneath him. It's very sad, and it happens. Like I said, we see Idaho, we see this, we see what almost happened to Karen and Massachusetts. It's all over the world, you guys, and it's not a good thing. So that's why we do the things that we do, and we look into these things. That's why Docket puts the stuff out that he does. That's why I have the conversations I do. That's the problem, and that's a good question, Christine. Is the system getting investigated? Well, just like in Idaho, I've said before, these entities have done this for so long. They're in their comfort zone. This is how they live their lives, and the community's used to it. These people in the government are used to it. That's part of the problem. They don't think it's a problem. The people around them don't know that it's a problem. They see it because that's what they're used to.
I think the system is set up so that the system would have to investigate itself, and it's not going to do that. So I'm not sure what the answer is, but something outside of that, it's going to have to happen. There's going to be major reform.
Big time. And it's a problem everywhere, guys, like I said, and it's a big deal. Thank you, Christy. But yeah, the Department of Justice definitely needs to be brought into these things. The problem is can you trust that as well? You know what I mean? So who knows?
We can trust the CIA, though.
Yes. Keep that in mind. Docket loves the CIA. Don't forget that. That's hilarious. I love it. Welcome, Christy.
Hi.
Sorry.
Hey, Docket. How are you?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm good. Good to see you. You love the CIA. That's nice. Good.
I tell Siri every night.
Did you see ever Candace Owens' new shirts from merch? They said CIA on the front of them.
Yes.
They're nice, aren't they?
Yes.
Good stuff. Good
You
stuff.
get you one.
Yes, guys, please go check out Docket's latest video. You guys will definitely enjoy it. If you have not seen it yet, please do.
Go check it out too.
Thank you, Christy, for that there. I appreciate that as well. And there is the link to Docket's channel, guys. Go check him out. Make sure you hit that notification bell. You don't want to miss nothing he puts out, and like it all, because it's all worth liking. I promise you that. All right, on we go. And again, I'm sorry, I have to pull these video things up and down. I cannot figure out why this is echoing.
I don't hear one. Oh, I guess they hear one. I didn't
They
hear
hear it though when we talk. That's the problem. It's so weird. I can't figure out. I've been through all my settings. I gotta maybe I gotta take it out and put it all back in. I don't know. Either way, on we go.
The nexus. The crime scene was staged according to actual experts, not the state's experts, actual experts, to resemble some sort of ritualistic scene. You have bizarre Facebook posts. You have sworn statements from individuals saying they did something to one of those individuals. And I haven't even touched on Keegan Klein. What more of a nexus do you need in this story? If that is not a connection, what is a connection? Don't tell me they're around at the scene, because that's nonsense. Don't tell me Richard Allen went to the bridge that day, so that's a connection. Nonsense. He wasn't at the bridge during the time of this attack. If I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. It's just basic math at this point. If the state's claim is these witnesses saw bridge guy, Richard Allen is bridge guy, so therefore Richard Allen is the guy who committed this crime, then why did none of those people say that guy looks like bridge guy? He either is or isn't bridge guy according to the actual people who were at the park that day. And according to all those people, all those witnesses, none of them saw Richard Allen. So how is this a conviction? The timeline doesn't match up. The evidence doesn't match up. The fact that his rights were violated is an issue. There is probably years worth of appellate issues within this case alone. But they are right. These appeals are long shots, less than 5%. I have heard some people who are lawyers get on here and say that Richard Allen may have a 10% chance. And even at 10%, that is still a long shot. This is still not a guarantee. All I can do is hope and pray that at least somebody within the state of Indiana has some common sense. All I can do is hope and pray that somebody in the state of Indiana understands what constitutional rights are. If Richard Allen did it, he did it. Okay, let's lay out all the evidence. Let's lay out all the facts. Let's let both sides present a valid case in front of a jury and have them make the decision. You cannot tell me one person in that short time frame moved both of those girls and didn't leave any drag marks, while at the same time having the time to hand cut limbs off trees. That is absolutely absurd. Not to mention the fact that they searched that area multiple times all through the night with lights and they found nothing. I mean, so much of this doesn't line up, but the appeal's moving through. It's been a minute since my last update, but I'm 100% following this story. I'm 100% following all the posts, and I'm 100% following all the videos.
And there it is. Thank you again. I like how he puts things. Thank you, Miss Bonnie. God bless, hon. I hope you're doing well. Always thinking about you. Thank you so much for the super sticker, dear. Thank you for being here with us. So, again, guys, it's probably one of the most obscene cases I've ever seen as far as being unjust. I mean, there's no other way to look at it. Hold on a minute. Let me check something, you guys. Once again, I got too many damn tabs up. Hold on. Oh, always guilty. Hold on. I want to pull that too. I forgot I had the damn the poll. Everybody loves the polls. And it says, is Richard Allen innocent? Yes, no, and I don't know. And 75% said yes, 24% said I don't know, and 1% said no. Well, at least we all know where we're all standing on this one. I mean, it is what it is at that point, and I have to say I agree. So thank you, folks, for contributing to that. Very much appreciated. All right, and I like I said, guys, you wouldn't believe the things that I didn't discuss just now. For those of you that aren't familiar with the case, there's so much more. Talking. Good to see you, Tonka. Thank you. In cases like Delphi, Idaho 4, systemic problems are only half the issue. The cause of crimes such as these really need to be confronted head on without fear. That's a good point. That's the problem, though, is there's so many people that have that fear because of nobody doing it to begin with. It's not nobody's done it at that point. Let me put it that way. And because of that, there is the fear of not knowing what's going to happen if you do confront it in that aspect. And I get it, the whole town of Delphi they're on board because they feel like they have to be on board to that aspect. You know what I mean? At least that's how I see it. 1 minute here.
I forgot I was on the panel. I'm like typing my thoughts.
Okay.
Is it because what I'm trying to say? Is it because there's more eyes on it now? Like people like us are paying attention to cases. It seems like it's happening.
No, they dropped the gag on this one after he was convicted. Just the same thing they did in Idaho, and there was a lot more stuff that came out. The PIs got involved and went digging, and were able to put the stuff on the surface now.
Yeah.
As to where you couldn't, and like Dockett mentioned, like for the people that were there, he was there. The judge was the Gestapo. You couldn't say, breathe, blink, anything that she didn't want to hear. You were
like Hitler almost,
and
like
worse.
Than Hitler.
I almost Hitler's like a Smurf compared to her, in my opinion.
Really?
Yeah, she was very bad, very bad. I do not know how she got away with what she did.
That's what makes me. That's what I'm understanding. Like what I was saying was, I believe they're all not guilty. I'm just saying, like, I feel like all these cases are in front of our eyes now, like Massachusetts. But is it because now there's people like us that are like almost investigating every single detail, and we're just becoming they say the problem. I think the solution, but like we're just becoming the people that are paying attention to this, and the victims don't have anybody fighting for them when they've been convicted by the very people that are supposed to protect them. Or not, I'm sorry, they've been condemned by the very people that are supposed to protect them. Like we don't. Like the Idaho 4, they don't have anybody fighting for them. The families can't because they can't fight that system. Sure. We see what's going on, and if there's something that we're missing, tell us, because it looks like nobody fights for them, and they all deserve better than what they got.
Well, and that's part of it, because when all these things happened, I don't think anybody ever initially thought that people like myself or you or Dockett or anybody else would give enough of a shit.
Yeah, and that's what it is. You
follow it to the end of it. You know what I mean? So we want
or have a platform and a place to get the word out, like YouTube has become.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
That's
what happened in a lot of these cases. It was never anticipated. You know what I mean?
True.
And now here we sit doing what we're doing, and they try their ways to distract us, to confuse us, to shut us down here, that way, that. I mean, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
People said that I've said this before, and people have said that I was crazy, that there's people that get planted in people's chats to shut them up. They argue with them. They do this, they do that. It is what it is.
You can't see. We come with facts. We look at what they've given us, what they put in front of our eyes. We might come up with theories, but literally we're taking it from their own investigations. What's that? We're not making things up. We're not making things up and making it, putting somebody in a direction that they're not supposed to be going when looking at the case. Some people might, but like there's just. I know some people might do this for the clicks and views, but they don't understand that YouTube doesn't really pay us that much. So it's not really when people say you're a grifter, you're like,
there are people out there that are trying that the drama streams is what they that's what I call them. Then there's the other people like myself or Dockett or you or anybody that wants to see some truth get put out to the world and some real justice for the victims, truly. So
to mask themselves as
we don't make any kind of a real living out here doing this, you guys, by no means whatsoever.
The kindness of the people, you know what I mean? But that's how you. But the thing is too, like we might all have different perspectives, but we're all trying to get to the same thing, the truth in the end. No matter how we get there, like we're all. A lot of us care about different aspects of the case and don't want to give that part up, and that's fine. And that's what's good about it, because we're all talking about different things that we see with each other. But like this breaks my heart. Like I learned about this case from you guys, or how see that's what I'm saying. Just look at me as look at me as the public. I had no idea, but from what I was seeing on mainstream media. I'm in a bubble here.
This is one of the big three, I call it. Delphi, Karen, and the Idaho one. These are the big three and the biggest bad three out there that have happened. Thank God, Karen got the justice that she should have gotten that aspect. But
she had the pocketbook to do it.
Exactly. There's the difference. Like,
yes. You look at just the amount she spent on experts to counter theirs. I mean, most people can't do that.
And right now, she added 7. She's got 7 right now fighting it.
Yeah, and that's a big thing, you guys. There's proof right there. If you have the money, in
I
the
just
way.
don't see, like, appellate attorneys aren't falling over each other to get to these, to make this, because unless they are, and we're, what could
Well,
they
this one, they kind of are stepping
Yeah.
up on this one. You
Yeah, in
know,
Indiana, the best of the best have risen to the occasion and
Right.
are at least contributing to it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And now Idaho, nobody wants to touch that one. Nobody wants to touch that one. And that should tell you something in itself.
That's
that
what I think.
If nobody wants to touch this, I think people see that for what it is. You know what I mean?
Which is the biggest thing that I question about Ann, and I'm a little braver to say this now that Eddie's not on panel today. But like, I mean, I love Ann, and I think she's had Brian's back the whole time. But
Right.
that's the biggest question I have is why in the world have we gotten to this point? Why would you not let it go to trial no matter what, even if it's fixed, and
Right.
save that your best chances at appeal? And I just I hope one day we understand, because right now that's the thing I don't understand.
I agree with that, and everybody else has said the same thing. And I'm telling you guys, I think there's something in the background that happened that we don't know about. Okay, that was never put out there. There had to have been, and I know there's threats, but there must have been something real serious for that to take place the way it did, in my opinion. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But that's the only thing that makes that make any sense to me. That something was going on, something was said, something was threatened. Or maybe something did happen that we don't know about. And that is the only way I can imagine
Me too.
that went down the way it did for that reason. Because otherwise, like you said, it would have been either way you do it, it would have still worked out in some aspect, probably. So there's got to be a real deal reason, in my opinion, to do this. That's all I can think of,
And Docket, what did you think about his research papers? Didn't that give you a little bit of satisfaction that he pretty much knows the system like Ann does, and he's not? I think they were working together, and whether you like it or not, I think he had a lot of say in it, because we know now that he was not blind to what the system can do, and he was going through it. And I feel like he thought that they would push along his conviction. Say that they got to that jury, or who say they wouldn't? We can't even get the suspects to speak up, so they're scared for a reason. This jury might be scared.
There's
so
something else.
Alive.
Yeah, there's something else there that it's not.
Yeah.
There's not something there's something we're not supposed to know. Okay, obviously, and that's how I see it. And I
there's
think,
a lot we're not supposed to know.
yeah, and there's something big there in the background. I think though that even Ann couldn't stand up to some aspect, and that's what I think it is. And we're going to be delving into something a little bit different in Idaho, and you guys are going to be surprised what I go back to, as you'll see.
I don't want to get too sidetracked on Idaho, because I know we're
no, I got you.
But I will say this: just this morning, I was sitting in church and I was thinking about Brian's parents, and I was thinking about, like, if Brian was my son, I guess because in the video that I put up recently, they talk about he starts his argument with, if this was my daughter or whatever. And I have daughters, but I also have a son, and I immediately go to, what if Brian was my son? And so I was thinking about, like, at this point, I feel like I might be willing to keep my mouth shut up until this point, but now that he's in prison, I don't think you'd be able to shut me up. But his parents are not saying anything, and it just made me wonder, like, what are they being told? What do they know that we don't know, that they're continuing to just bite their tongues because they clearly don't think he did it. Brian clearly had a good relationship with his father
and his mom.
If his father loved him, he would. Why would you not be defending him right now?
Thank you.
But there's some reason he's not, and I don't know what that is, but there is something there.
I agree with you full-heartedly on that one, and it made me.
Makes me cry thinking about
that. They haven't even been going like Willie went looking, and he talked to, the people that they know jointly that live in the town, and that person has even told him, like, they're not even out in public as much as they were, even coming to get their prescriptions. They're staying out of the public eye. There's something that's not right here. I know his mother just doesn't want nothing to do with anything. She's petrified.
Her tears broke my goddamn heart watching her cry in my courtroom.
It's all sad, yes. But, like, I gotta wonder what was said to them and what is being said to them, what has been held over their head, maybe. And
you know what?
Maybe it all falls in line with what we're thinking,
Well, I think Brian's smart enough not to ever say a word. I really believe that, and I think that he tells his parents to please. They're going to twist anything you say. They're going to they're going to destroy everything you say. And as long as they say nothing, there's, at this point we could they can speculate. But I feel like how hard that is. Like I can't imagine. I would cry thinking about trying to keep my mouth shut if that was my kid. But like, I feel like his life is worth, like, they're just like, this is my life is on the line. You have to let us just work this out. And if there's something going on, if he's guilty, I believe that Willie's dad or his dad will let Willie know. And if Willie doesn't tell us, I know, and I trust I would trust his, you know.
If he were to
If
make
he
those
believes
any
him, I
statements
believe
at all,
him.
yes, I can agree with that. Yeah.
If he has to keep it private, then I trust Willie's.
There's a reason for it. Yeah. Absolutely. That's a good point. And maybe it will, maybe it won't. I don't know, but we'll get to that point at someday, I hope. So
I hope so. I just want to. I think Dad knows how much support he has, and he.
Oh
might
yeah,
not,
yeah.
You know?
I think he does at this point now. I don't know that he did before, but I think he does know at this point now.
So.
And it's a damn shame that it has to be like this too.
I know.
Understand that.
I know.
All right, so on we back to Delphi here, because this is again another very important situation too. Somebody else, again, the man's losing his life.
Yes, I saw the picture of that guy that's in prison for the Delphi thing. It was horrible.
It is bad.
He looks like he was in a camp or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
So sad. Oh my god.
And he's actually in Oklahoma now. I don't know if we've got some update or not. I don't know the whole backstory there or whatever. And I've heard different reviews on whether even potentially his wife thinks it's a positive thing.
Yeah.
But I just know he got moved, and that's.
I hope it is. I hope it is. I hope it's a better situation and environment for him, at the very least. I hope.
Man, oh god.
Yeah, it's a pretty bad. It was a pretty bad situation. I hope he's doing okay, but I have no doubts in my mind. I have even more faith in the fact that this man's innocent than I do with Brian Koberger. And you guys know how I feel there.
Jesus Christ.
It's that bad. So
it was that bad, Wade Bird. That's oh my god.
Yeah.
He belongs. He needs to be they need to take, that's like a mental health thing. They can't just leave him in a cell like that.
Well, you have no idea the mental health things that came up in this case.
I know, I'm so shocked. I'm in shock right now just reading that. Like that.
The man was eating his own fecal matter.
And his psychiatrist or whatever she was, psychologist, whatever, in prison was posting on YouTube channels chats and stuff about him, while she was treating him in prison. I mean,
very highly unprofessional. Very bad.
Yeah, I would say that's that's what's that called when you violate something, or HIPAA?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't even know. Is that a HIPAA violation to me? If you're telling somebody your patient's business, he's a patient, that's his business, and putting it out there.
There were no morals attached to anybody.
Exactly.
Everybody that was attached to this case was on the wrong side of the tracks with it. It was just all bad. So,
and in any other case, that would be a huge deal.
Oh yeah,
but it was just a little drop in the bucket of this. I mean, a blip on the radar compared to the other things that this guy dealt with.
There are so many things in this case that should have had this case thrown out.
Yeah,
never happened. They didn't even look at it.
The first time I came into the chat about the Idaho fort, and I said I'm so focused on that. You guys said the same thing. That's a little blip. There's so much more, and I'm like, all right. It's
this one.
No idea. Same.
I think this one has. From what we know, what we know about.
I know.
Idaho, there's so much more buried on this one. Think about it. It's 7 years. 7 years.
And I'm like, how does that fit with this? That happened? I'm like, how does that ever fit into it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and I think it's worth saying in both of these cases, I remember the day that Richard Allen was arrested, and I remember the day that Brian Koberger was arrested.
Mm-hmm.
And I believed with all my heart that they'd got the right person. I trusted the system.
So did
I had no reason
to
think that I was ever going to be in Brian Koberger's corner or Richard Allen's corner.
Same.
That only evolved as I learned about what happened. I didn't set out to be on this side of things. Right. I believed the officials when they said they got the right person.
Yeah.
But they didn't have the evidence.
You are absolutely correct. That's the same place I was, dude. Like I said, Brian, you got your guy. Good. Let's move forward until the PCA came out, and I went.
But that's still a story we believed, right? It's only a story until we get into it. Then we see the truth, and then we believe our own eyes. We believe a story that's not true.
Like you said, when I first got into true crime, it was. You believe law enforcement. You believe the judicial system.
No reason not to. They're the good guys.
All that stuff.
They catch the bad guys.
And you can't. And nowadays, and we see how many times this has happened now. It's getting bad. So,
Because it's also too. I've seen the first 48 a million times. I've seen, there's. I told you all those channels that have body cam footage. They have, and it's like so much different. Thing here, like in all these cases, it's like, wow, like you do see them do the right thing. I hope. I'm thinking of the first 48. I'm like, well, that gives me a little bit of hope, but like, because it's real life stuff. But like watching them interview a suspect at a purpose so much different than the things we're seeing, and like nothing's redacted there either. It's wild.
Right. Well,
Sorry,
this next video we're going in. This is the Defense Diaries podcast with Bob Motto. I followed from day one in the Delphi case. Bob is very dedicated to this case, per se. I'll put it for that way. Him and his wife both, and I respect him in that aspect very highly. And again, I'm sorry.
He speaks with conviction, like he's like very extremely, like he knows. You can tell.
Well, he was there for every bit of this, beginning to end. And again, Andy Baldwin was part of the defense team for Richard Allen. And I like when they get together and do this. They're pretty close now, so on and so forth. And this is very interesting.
This is a different person than what you had on before. This is a different one. The guy that was speaking that we had on just a minute, like before we stopped this one. Is it a different?
That was Court TV. But
the guy, that's the guy I was thinking of. Okay,
same guy that was on the Court TV thing, but
gotcha, gotcha. Sorry about that. I'm going to mute myself.
It's okay. But this is just a newer update as to what's strategies and stuff and what's going on behind the scenes. And I think anybody that's followed Delphi definitely would want to see and hear these things. So here we go. I'm not going to do the whole thing because it's long, but I'll be skipping through the important parts of it. And if anybody has any questions, thoughts, feelings, whatever, just let me know. If you need me to back up, you didn't catch something, let me know.
And then we're also going to do a show with Hello, beautiful humans, and welcome to Defense Diaries. I am your host, Bob Mata, and as always, I am joined by my beautiful and brilliant co-host, Allie. What's up, girl?
Hey, babe. Hey, all.
So were you guys getting a little anxious there with our late start? A little 7 minutes late?
Tell them what date it is and what this is our continuing coverage of.
Yes, ma'am. Today is October, I believe, the 7th.
Also, if one of the mods could please drop Bob's link in here, Bob and Allie's link, the Defense Diaries link, I would love, for those of you that have not yet done it, just to subscribe, to check out everything Bob and Allie do. Of course, if you choose, and like it all up, subscribe, hit the notification bell. You don't want to miss it, especially when it comes to
just know that if you follow his Koberger stuff,
you're not going to be happy.
You're not going to like it.
That's right. He's on the opposite side with the Koberger thing, but as far as this case goes, we're there. We're there. Thank you very much, Meg. Appreciate you, hon.
Or is it the 8th?
It's the 7th.
It is the 7th, October 7th. And this is our continuing coverage of both Delphi and the Allison Davis case, both of which our dear friend of the show, my brother, who was supposed to be up here for a show with his wife this summer, and it slipped by us, which is super predictable. Andrew Baldwin was a part of both of those cases. We're going to bring him straight away on. Why waste any time? Why leave him in the back?
You know him. You love him.
Hey, what is up, my friend?
Hi, Bob. Hi, Allie.
How are you?
I was talking to Allie off screen about her. She actually practices law still, so unlike you. So we're going through some of the war stories.
Fair enough.
Bob. Yeah.
Fair enough. And, so look, we've got a couple of things on the plate tonight. We're definitely going to talk about Delphi. We're going to talk about Richard Allen's case. And then we're also going to talk about, and I don't know if folks were aware or haven't watched, and if you haven't, you should go back. We had covered your trial that you had after Richard Allen in front of none other than Francis Gull.
Yep.
And you had a very different result in that case, and that was another homicide case, and you prevailed on that. You had your partner, trial partner there, and one of your is he a partner in the firm, or is he an associate at this point?
He's been a partner a few years now, Max Wiley.
Max Wiley, who I've sent an invite to, and Max may be joining us later, we hope. But that case was another hard fought, a lot of specious decisions by Judge Gull. However, you prevailed, and you were able to get that jury to come back with the correct verdict for your client. So we're going to get into that in the second half here.
Yeah, we'll be talking.
Stevie created the intro to Bob's stuff, by the way, just so everybody knows. It is a great one, Stevie. Always do a great job there, buddy. Very talented. I'm not, like I said, I agree. I'm not very fond, and it blew my mind about how Bob has dealt with the Koberger stuff. And it's hard to go. I respect and trust him 100% on the Delphi stuff. It's just very hard. You know what I mean? Very hard. So on we go.
Talking about that because CBS 48 Hours, the national news magazine, was there covering that, and so that's one of the reasons I wanted to.
Yeah, Andy, I saw your and I'm going to give a shout out to your Twitter page. It seems like you finally got off your app. Kind of the way I describe that case, it's kind of like the staircase, the Michael Peterson case, except in reverse, where Allison Davis was, she was obviously the one charged, as her husband was the one who had met his demise. And of course, the state thought that she was responsible for his death. So
I know, Stevie, and I respect your feelings on it. Just don't agree.
So it's a fascinating case, and it's going to be interesting, but we'll get to that. We'll talk all about that case.
Yeah. And we're talking about that, remind me that I was at the NACDL national conference every year in the summer and ran into the attorney for the original staircase that was
you did?
Yeah. And it was a very good conversation, but we'll talk.
Just remember, the owl did it. The owl. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Start kind of grilling you, and Allie does too. Kind of give us a summary of what's going on with Richard Allen right now.
Richard Allen himself?
Yeah, I mean, the case, if you've heard anything about Rick, people always like updates. So
Rick's always trying to call me, and my phone's always on mute because I'm in court a lot, and I just don't like. That's pretty embarrassing. That actually happened during a hearing in the Delphi case, but that's another story. But
I remember that. I was there for that.
Yeah.
One time my phone just started, I had everything off, but I hit like a read button and it started reading like my texts and out loud. And I couldn't stop it. And I'm like pressing things. It was horrible.
But you were in front of Gull.
Yeah. It's
anyway, Andy kind of looking around like it wasn't his shit, and he's like, like kind of stink eye and everybody else in the courtroom.
Well, I didn't actually. My thought process, Bob, was I was like, I don't know whose that is, but they're in big trouble. Oh my god! And then eventually, I'm like, oh, that's mine.
That's mine.
But that's a horrible. So Rick has been trying to reach out, and I haven't really talked to him for a while, but last time I talked to him, he's always trying to make, when you do talk to him, he's more interested in you than, it's almost like he's tired of us asking about how he is. And so it was pretty amazing. Last time I talked to him, he's like, how's Michelle? That's my wife.
Yeah.
He said her by name. And how's Kinsey doing? One of the interns at work that works with me. And, and how's things going? And he's just very, that's just how he is. And I think part of it, he just doesn't want us to feel bad for him. But by all accounts, I think he's doing okay. I was very skeptical about the Oklahoma move.
Yeah.
But it seems like it's a good thing. But Rick probably is not going to be telling us really how he's really feeling.
Right.
But so hopefully he's doing as well. He just needs to survive, hopefully, until the opinion comes out that reverses. And it's awkward for me to talk about the court of what's going on right now in a way, because we, as you to definitively know, because you're trial lawyers, we are the most, I don't know what the right word is. We are very, what's the word where you, I'm worried about everything, just like anything that and also that if you say something, the opposite is going to happen, and just stuff like that.
Oh,
right.
I can't think of the word, but so it's and on top
Are you
of
saying, well, a little bit superstitious?
Superstitious. That's
Okay.
I can't think of the word. So I'm a little bit or a lot. We trial lawyers are generally speaking very superstitious people,
Mhm.
and even though I am confident that this ultimately, once the Court of Appeals looks at it, they will do the right thing in what my opinion is of the right thing and reverse this. But you also don't want to say that, because they could be getting there's 15 in Indiana, there's 15 Court of Appeals judges, and 3 of those judges will get this case. That if people don't know that. And so then Stacey Uliana and Mark Lehman, the 2 brilliant Court of Appeals or the appellate lawyers, will be drafting a persuasive brief. That's the purpose of what they're doing, to take the facts and the law and convince the Court of Appeals that what happened was wrong, and there were errors, legal errors that should result in a reversal. And there's 15 of them, and they all live pretty much around here. And I don't want ever for them to think that, oh, he's out there, me is out there trying to put pressure on them. I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's how they would feel. I hope they would not feel that way. I'm out here trying to get truth out. I mean, that's when I do these. I'm not comfortable. People don't want to believe this perhaps, but I'm not comfortable with the spotlight. I would prefer to not be doing all this, but I do believe it's that keeping this out there for the people to listen to about what's going on, what has happened, and where we're at now helps Rick Allen out. If I didn't believe that, then I wouldn't be doing it. I don't want the Court of Appeals. They're great people. We have a really great Court of Appeals group of people. We really do. And they're going to do what's right. And it doesn't matter that I'm out here. It's maybe perhaps a little arrogant to say, oh, I'm going to cause them to not follow the law. I don't think that's the case, but I'm a little worried about it.
Yeah, look, I mean, and you're right. There is kind of that vibe of, you don't talk about a pitcher who's throwing a no-hitter. It's kind of the same concept. Like you don't. I think all of us that followed the trial, from the outside looking in, and that we went through the pleadings and we followed as the process kind of weaved its way towards trial. Those of us that understand the process all feel pretty good. And I say that with the proviso that you never know what a judge will do. But in terms of there being very powerful issues that I think the appellate court can hang their hat on if they're so inclined to do so, those exist in this case. I mean, you'll look at, a lot of cases, it's going to fall on the side of harmless error. But, so we're all keeping our fingers crossed, and you're exactly right. I mean, we do the same thing here. If people don't hear about me talking about Rick's case for a couple of weeks, they get nervous. People are always like, don't forget about Rick. I'm like, I'm never forgetting about Rick. Yeah. I'm always going to be talking about Rick. Allison and I are in for the long haul with Richard Allen in the case. So, but
let's talk about what's preventing the appeal from getting moving right now.
Yeah.
And I would like Bob to start by it's short. It is a quick read. Let's read this for the people. It is the motion to reconsider the court's ruling, the appellate court's ruling on the motion to compel transmission of exhibits.
Okay, just procedurally, just so you guys understand, there was initially a verified motion to compel transmission that was filed. Okay, and I don't know if there was a state response to that or if
there was.
So I've seen the state response to this, what we're about to get into, which is the motion to reconsider. So, but I think we'll skip the first motion, go right to the motion to reconsider. And then if Allie decides that she wants us to take a peek at what the state responded, which was basically them capitulating and saying, yeah, we agree. Like we all the lawyers involved, the AG's office, we all need these exhibits. They're going to be a part of the issues that are going to be in front of you. So they're important for us to get them into your hands. So the appellant, Richard Allen, by counsel Mark K. Lehman and Stacy Liana, respectfully request this court to reconsider the relief provided on the appellant's motion to compel transmission of the exhibits and a new due date. In support of the request, Allen states the following. One, this is an appeal from 2 murder convictions after a 25-day jury trial. The record includes 22 volumes of transcript, 15 volumes of documentary exhibits, 2 supplemental exhibit volumes that contain approximately 198 media files and 40 document files, and 13 volumes of pleadings and exhibits to pleadings. 2, appellate counsel has spent approximately 400 hours combined perfecting the appeal, with most of those hours dedicated to reviewing the record. So 3, during their work, however, or rather, counsel realized that the exhibits to Allen's September 18th, 2023 motion for Frank's hearing and January 20, 2024 motion to correct errors were not included in the record on appeal.
And obviously, sorry, babe, to cut in here for, those are motions that Andy handled during the trial. So we'll get into why all of that's so important. But those were exhibits the judge considered that have not been included in the record yet.
Correct. And the CCS reflects the list of exhibits attached to each motion. See Exhibit A and B, list of exhibits attached to the motions. Allen's trial attorney submitted these exhibits to the court on flash drives in a binder.
And in a binder, both ways.
And in a binder. So there was paper copies as well as digital copies. These exhibits, or the exhibits, included 7 depositions and at least 8 videotaped interviews. They also include an array of documents, including surveillance footage, reports, affidavits, emails, PowerPoint, maps, sketches. They are not available on my case, Indiana.gov. These exhibits were conventionally filed with the court and considered by the judge, maybe, when denying the defense motion to suppress. See Exhibit C, order denying motion to suppress and motion for Frank's hearing on January 22nd, 2024. This motion, and this is in parentheticals, is, quote, denied based on all the pleadings, memorandum, and exhibits previously submitted in support of the request for a Frank's hearing, end quote.
And the reason they include that and they attach the corresponding order is to show that the judge is saying she considered those things. So they should, by all accounts, be a part of the actual record in this case.
Right. So the trial court also took judicial notice of these exhibits during a hearing on the state's motion to exclude Allen's third-party evidence. After the trial court granted the state's motion to exclude Allen's third-party evidence, the trial court incorporated the evidence in the third-party hearing into the transcript as Allen's proffer for appeal. I remember that unequivocally happening. I was sitting in the courtroom.
Yeah.
I think that was on day 3 when that took place of those hearings. So on September 17th, 2025, counsel for Allen filed a verified motion to compel transmission of exhibits and new due date. In the motion, counsel explained that the exhibits attached to the motions were not included in, quote, the transcript filed with the trial court, end quote. Counsel also noted that they could not file the brief without review of these exhibits. On October 3rd of 2025, the court granted in part Allen's verified motion to compel transmission of exhibit and new due date. The court explained that the exhibits are part of the appendix, not the transcript, and provided Allen until October 21, 2025 to complete the appellant's brief. The court did not order the clerk to provide counsel with exhibits.
And that's basically everything right here. That's why they filed this motion to reconsider. That's what they're asking the court to address. That's basically the end all be all.
Right. So the transcript or appendix. So the exhibits were never entered on the CCS, but are a part of the clerk's record. See Indiana Appellate Rule 2E. The exhibits also were part of the proceedings and referenced in the transcripts of August 1, 2024 third-party hearing and incorporated as a proffer at the trial. as they are part of the transcript.
As
As such, they are a part of the transcript. See Indiana Appellate Rule 2K. The problem, regardless of whether the clerk must provide exhibits as part of the clerk's record or the court reporter must include the exhibits as part of the transcript, Allen does not have the exhibits listed in Exhibits A and B that were considered by the court when denying the Franks motion hearing and the motion to correct errors, and that serve as part of the proffer or proffer of the excluded third-party evidence. 11, counsel is still considering whether to raise the denial of the motion to correct errors as an issue. Counsel intends to raise the denial of the motion to suppress and the exclusion of the third-party evidence on appeal. Thank you very much. Glad to hear that. Failure to include these exhibits in the record would constitute waiver of the issue and ineffective assistance of counsel of appellate counsel. And that they cite Williams v. State, a 97 case, wherein the appellate counsel had a duty to ensure the Court of Appeals has a proper record to review the errors raised. 12, counsel for Allen respectfully requests this court compel either the court reporter, which I'm assuming is Jody, to include the exhibits in the transcript, or the clerk of Allen County to transmit the exhibits to counsel for Allen. So they've basically requested it not coming from anyone related to Carroll County. They've put it basically on the table fully of Judge Gull's County, which is Allen County, and Judge Gull's clerk, which is a woman named Jody. So 13, counsel for Allen also respectfully requests 30 days from the date the clerk or court reporter provides the exhibits to review them and complete the.
I've asked that question many times, Crime Solver. I don't know. There's something that got him in Idaho. It's a great question though. I'd love to know the answer to it. Truly would. Sorry to interrupt.
Appellant's brief. Although some of the exhibits listed in Exhibits A and B were admitted into evidence at a pretrial hearing, counsel is positive that many of them, including depositions and videotaped interviews, were not. Footnote 1, collectively, counsel spent 5 hours reviewing the transcript to determine which exhibits were admitted into the hearing. Counsel estimates that it will take at least 16 to 20 hours to review the missing exhibits. Further, it will take substantial time to amend the appendix to include the exhibits if counsel must do so. 14, the motion is not a dilatory tactic. Counsel does not have the exhibits necessary to the record on appeal. 15, because of the multitude of exhibits admitted into evidence pretrial and in jury, the record in this appeal is approximately 10 times the size of an average jury trial. Counsel,
I think it was 6 years, Scott. I might be wrong. Somebody call me if I am, but I'm pretty sure it was 6 years. He was arrested after 6 years after the murders happened. He didn't really.
It was 6. Oh wait,
I believe it was 6 years after. Yeah, sorry.
Years
I'll pull that
after
down.
he was arrested?
Yeah, I think Dockett's right. I don't think he really did like in-depth cover Idaho. It's just he's got he just had his feeling on it. He never really went into it because of the way he felt. He pretty much put it out there like it's cut and dry, black and white. Brian did it. We're done. And moved on.
Yeah.
He never looked into it. And I know what the question is why did he go so deep into Delphi, into Richard Allen's innocence, but he didn't on this aspect. And he just didn't do it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I wish, and I've said this before, I think Meg said it before too, I wish Bob would look at the Idaho case a little closer, and look behind the scenes a little bit more, and maybe you'd understand at that point, because he's made some statements, about the pro burgers, as we're called. And I get it as an attorney and certain things, but still,
as an attorney, like you would hope that he would look more into it, right?
Right.
Like it needs to have eyes on it more than just who are we are. You know what I mean?
That's the point. Just saying. That's the big thing I have. It's the only thing I've ever had issue-wise with Bob. To be honest with you, I've always respected him and the way he presents things to people in that aspect. So that one thing bugs me.
Other than I believe that they no, they believe what they're saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, I
Yes,
don't think there's
yeah.
blood. So that's what makes me think, okay, I know that they're not, maybe they just haven't looked at it the way and a little bit closer.
And
Like you said.
I'll be honest with you guys. I think Allie, I'm sure it's not going to come out that way, but I feel like Allie may have a different outlook on Idaho than what she has been presented, in my opinion.
I mean, that's kind of like, like you're both lawyers, right? It's gotta be hard to like see something differently when you're looking at the same thing and you're married and you're both lawyers. Like, but like it gives me hope a little bit that some lawyers are starting to look into Brian a little bit. But this one seems like he's on the same page with Delphi, though, in my opinion.
Oh, he's wholeheartedly in
everybody I even see like one out there in the community, nobody believes that he's not guilty. In my opinion,
Doc, it's right. The Franks memo in the Delphi case was a huge turning point that got a lot of people looking at it, and same here. That's why I looked at it the way I did after that happened, and that's when, just like with Idaho, the PCA is what brought us all to the level we were to start looking. Here's what this was with this case. So
that's what's crazy, because I didn't see the PCA when I came in talking with you guys, and Willie kept saying, you have to say it. He was getting mad at me. He's like, now that you know what you know, you have to go read it. And then now I was like, something I couldn't let it go. And he's like, we're way past that. But see, out here, we just knew the 911 call delay, and we were told, and the public was told, that they got the bad guy and he did it. We're thinking, okay, they were all sleeping and he just did it a little bit. He sliced some throats and got out of there, because how would he have done it? We're thinking he's one guy. And I really believe that they, like Doc had said, that we believed them. We thought they got the bad guy, and we wait 3 years for it to make sense. We're like, okay, well, here, just wait. Here's the 911 call. You'll see. It'll make sense. They were so scared, and you'll see how scared they were, and you'll understand why they didn't call 911. And then we hear it. We're like, oh, all right, well, whatever. And it gets on longer. And then, unless you have come into the community, you'll never look at it differently, other than they were scared, person shock phase, and that's it. But still, some of us are looking at it sideways, but we're like, all right, well, maybe, they got the bad guy. Why would they lie? This was a very vicious murder. But then you start to look closer, and you're like, it's so hard. And then when people try to tell people that he's not guilty, and they're like, why? And you're like, I don't.
The problem is they don't expect people to look at it. None of us expect to have to look at things the other way.
Right.
So
that's the truth. It's exactly. And I feel like seems like there's a lot of us, but sorry, all right, let me mute myself.
That's all right. It's all right. I want to make sure I get through this.
Yes.
That's all.
Yes. Thank you.
And I'll just add, and like I do with the cases that I do follow, I strip it all down to bare bones. Now, correct me if I have this correctly when I strip this all the way down. So they believe that a guy killed 2 young girls in a stabbing, and the only piece of quote unquote evidence is a bullet.
It was never fired out of a gun.
And it wasn't just the casing or something.
There's more. There's a little bit more than that, but that's the
Thanks,
well, they were saying that he had to have a gun. That's the way he was able to control 2 of them
right.
and make it all happen, was that he had them held at gunpoint.
That's the whole basis for the gun. Nobody was shot. Basically down the hill guys with the bridge guide thing. He had a gun in his pocket, the whole thing. And that's where the gun comes into play. But the gun, if you don't own one, most everybody does. I'll just put it that way. It's a very average, standard type of a weapon that a lot of people do own it. And just to say, well, he's got the same gun. He did it because of that. No, he didn't. That's just ridiculous. And that there really was, I don't know, Docket, is there anything else that they pointed at that you can remember that they said was, other than the damn bullet and all that shit, that was considered to be evidentiary to them as a big deal?
But there was no shooting, right?
No, there was no shooting at all.
Okay, so that's the evidence they're using, though.
I mean, there was a lot of controversy around vehicle identification and some of the people that were there walking, which this park, you got to understand, like when I was envisioning it prior to going there, I envisioned it being a pretty remote place. It is, first of all, I couldn't believe they didn't do a crime scene visit for the jury. And that's actually the day after we went to jury was the jury went out with the charge or whatever, and we all left court. And that was when I went to the park and walked it for the first time. Yeah. And first of all, you have to walk over. It's not an interstate, but I guess it's the highway that goes through Delphi. You have to walk across a bridge over this highway, basically, to get to the start of the trail. And then it's a very small valley type area. Like, it was mind blowing to me. Like, they basically had huge search parties out there at night and never located the girls, which to me, if a jury saw that, it would be very convincing of like, okay, those girls weren't here when that search party, like, there's no way. It was way too, like, I just kept thinking, like, if it was my daughter, like, I would have found her in this area. If she was here anyway, if she was buried under stuff, like, I would have gotten to her that night. Like, it's small enough of an area that the idea they had a whole search party out there.
The grid search, probably. There's no way they couldn't have found her if they were there.
Because I don't believe that they were there at that point. I think they got moved there after they called off search that night.
Yeah. That's what we were going with that. Yeah.
But I get distracted with this case. I could talk about it.
Oh, there's too much to talk about.
Yeah, like that's where I go, because that's the stuff where I hear that stuff. Like, when you just say that to me, and I'm just like, that just right there. That's all. But you only got to tell me at this point. Like, if you tell me that, then I'm thinking to myself, how effed is the rest of it? If that was the case, they were there and then they weren't, or they weren't there and they were. Like, that's
in order for Richard Allen to have done it, they would have had to have been there that whole time. They would have had to have been there when the search party was looking. And to me, the idea that they were located where they were, how they were found, and the searchers just walked past them and over them, it's not plausible. Like, as soon as I went there, I came back actually and told Andrea, I was like, this was a huge mistake to not go there. I was like, because I've heard, enough about this trial that I had in my mind what it was. And it's possible in this kind of more wilderness area. I was like, going there, the story they're telling is not plausible. Like, they need to take the jurors there to see this.
And I think that's why they didn't.
That's crazy.
You got to look at it in that aspect. If you wonder why this didn't happen, and then everything plays out the way it does, I think it tells its own story.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna mute myself. It's now processing what you just said.
Yeah, well, there's a lot more. Believe me, there's a whole lot more. But I want to, like I said, I want to get this video done real quick, and then I wouldn't mind having a discussion in regards to it with people that don't know. With obviously Dockett knows it all. He was there beginning to end, so it's very intense to me, and I really truly hope to God that this one does get flipped over. I do really hope so. Do I have doubts? Yeah, lots, but we'll see. That's all I can say is we'll see.
Has been working diligently to meet the appellate deadlines. Wherefore, the appellant or appellant, depending on how you want to say it, by counsel respectfully requests this court to compel the court reporter, or in the alternative, the clerk of Allen County, to transmit the missing exhibits and to set a new due date, and for all other relief just and proper in the premises. So there you go. So,
and we can just say that in the state's response, they said, we agree. It needs to be transmitted. It needs to happen. We've got no problem with an additional 30 days. And they want the court to compel the clerk or the court reporter to transmit those exhibits.
Yeah. And so, I mean, what's your take, Andy? So like when the lay people out in the world that follow the case are reading this stuff, they're like, oh my God, it's the sky is falling, it's more shenanigans from Gall, like all the typical things that the people that are of the mindset that Richard Allen was railroaded think.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to disagree with them. I mean, those are things that pop into your mind.
Sure.
It's unusual to me on such a highly contested pre-trial issue, such as the third-party culprit stuff. I find it awfully convenient that those exhibits aren't attached, and I find it troublesome. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I can tell you this much. On September the 18th, 2023, I got up, at 2 a.m., we filed the Franks memo. Two of our paralegals, Sierra and Sarah, Sierra just passed the bar and will be an associate with us in a couple of weeks when she gets sworn in. But at the time, those two were helping gather all the exhibits. It was an arduous task. If you read the Franks memo, and I recommend for anybody that has not done that, please find it online and read it. That will give you a real good primer on some of the issues, many of the issues that were raised or will be raised. And that filing just confirmed that the third party suspect stuff is going to be a part of it. I don't think that's a surprise to anybody. But on September the 18th at 2 a.m, we hit the button to have that filed electronically, the Frank's memo itself. But what do you do with, all these electronic interviews and things that, Judge Gold should have needed to watch in order to issue her ruling on whether we get a hearing on our Frank's request. And so, these are things that, again, they don't teach you this stuff in law school necessarily. So what we did was we took 3 binders. I think in that motion they said it was 2, but we took 3 ring binders, and in it we put in all the exhibits for the Frank's memo, and it was a lot. I think 160, maybe something like that, 169, and that included like flash drives with interviews between the police and an Elvis Fields, and interviews between police and Johnny Messer, and interviews between police and Ned Smith and Rod Abrams, and all these guys that were part of the third party suspect, what we were trying to get into evidence. And
that's something big too, folks. Real quick, I'm sorry for the echo if there is one. There was a lot of other names that were out there that looked so much more guilty than Richard Allen ever did, that she would not allow. Okay. The names that he said, Patrick Westball, Brad Holder, all these other people that never got brought into the mix. You ask why and how. Because of the facts that were put out. I mean, one of the guys went to Facebook and made blatantly ignorant statements about this. One guy talks about spitting on the victims. One guy, I mean, these people are just it's nuts. And none of it was allowed. That's what I never understood, how she got away with doing something like that and nobody called her to the table. So
there you go. Let me say something.
Yeah.
Why am I echoing? You hear me?
Yeah, it's because of. Hold on. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. What Dr. DeHooder was just saying, it just triggered something in my brain. And what he's just said about that, like the grid search did not equal Richard Allen doing what he did, right?
Right.
Right. So that's like them trying to tell us, the state in Massachusetts trying to convince us that Karen Reed that John O'Keefe was laying there in that in that spot, right? And 7 to 8 people walked right past him and didn't see him there. So including somebody that's a detective. So if you wanted to believe John was there, then you got to convince us that 7 or 8 people didn't see that body laying there. You can maybe 1, maybe 2, but you're not going to convince me that 7 people didn't see John O'Keefe laying in the grass. That makes no sense. So to me, he wasn't there when they said he was there. Just like these girls weren't there when they're saying that Richard Allen put them there.
And there was no way there's no way that the victims, that the 2 girls were in the place that they were found.
Typical, right?
There's no way. They were placed there after that they knew that everybody had done what they did in that place. Okay. They were definitely killed in a different place and brought to that location. They were not wearing their own clothing. It was the one girl was wearing the other girl's clothing. The other girl didn't have any clothing on. I mean, there were so many things in this that could have been looked at. I mean, and then they did not. They completely denied the odonistic side to this. Okay.
Yeah,
and there were sticks that were found on top of both of the victims that were laid in an odonistic pattern, as an odonistic rune would look like. And it was completely. You have idiots like Jennifer Coffenhacker coming out saying,
yeah,
like, oh, they fell out of the tree and just landed that way. Are you kidding me? Like, everybody is making stupid statements like this, and excuses and stuff through this entire thing. So it just doesn't make sense.
Oh. Yeah, like Chuck kept saying, like John O'Keefe was not murdered. He wasn't left there. He didn't die right there. The head, low to his head, he felt when he was incapacitated. Whatever. He would have died right then and there. So he was there after 2:30 when after everybody left. Then he was drug out there and left there. So that means Karen Reed didn't do it because she was home by 12:36. And he's not an acrobatist. He didn't turn into like a ballerina and jump up and pirouette in the air. see the vicious taillight coming, hit its head, bounce off 30 feet, and land over at the flagpole.
Don't even get me started on that thing with the whole taillight thing, because it's
Right.
being a
I
first
mean,
responder, I've seen things and know things.
Right.
Don't
And would
make
you
any
have
sense.
ignored sirens in the front of your yard?
No,
Like,
of course not.
they could hear Alan Jackson whistling from inside the bedroom of where
Yeah,
the
like I said, that
drug
case
dialers were.
is a
So,
whole
if
other
they want us
bag
to
of
believe this
all of wax.
nonsensical shit doesn't make sense. That's why I get Dr. Decoder's brainworms, because I think about that and I think about like how they're trying to convince that Brian killed these 4 people, and all the way he became John Wick and with like go gadget arms and was in and out in 7 minutes. You want us to believe that? Okay,
30
it's
seconds.
crazy. It's
90
nonsensical. Who do they think we are?
Well, that's agreed. That's agreed.
It's all these cases are just it's like, wow, you guys are really like, really? All right.
I think the prosecutors have realized that if they throw a whole bunch of stuff out there and make it really complicated and confusing, the jurors can't, the stuff that we're digesting over the course of years, they get days to digest and try to figure out. And so I think they overwhelm them. And I think that as I've looked at these cases, like if I ever went on trial, I'm not an attorney, but what I would want my attorney to do would be like, there's so many different exculpatory aspects to Brian Kohberger's case. There's so many different aspects. Like you got to just pick a couple of them and hammer them home. And I think about OJ. That if it doesn't fit, you must acquit.
Exactly.
That one line, they hammered that home. It didn't matter with all this other stuff.
Right.
They believed if that glove didn't fit him, then it could have been him. And so to me, you have to pick out 1 or 2 of those things and just hammer them home. All these other stuff is just confusion. It's just
You're
noise.
so right. You're so
But
right.
so I think like something like the search party not finding him, or for Kohberger's case, I think where I'm landed, if I had to pick one thing, it would be the blood in the kitchen. I don't see how you reconcile the amount of blood that was there and cleaned up with the timeline. Like you can't have those 2 things. So that would, if I was Ann Taylor, I'd have hammered that home. You might be confused about everything else, but you need to know this. This can't happen. This didn't happen. My client didn't do this.
That's like the end of Massachusetts with Karen. It was in the end. It wasn't about all the other perpetrators. It was about that he did not get hit by a car. She did not hit him. She did not hit him.
And they nailed that in the second trial. It was really confusing in the first trial. The second trial, they kept it clean, kept it simple.
What you just said, exactly what you just said. That's what they did.
And in that case, there's things like the Sallyport video and stuff like that. You cannot watch that and say, and say that it doesn't matter, because I've heard people say that. Well, that doesn't mean anything. It's not. Are you kidding me?
What?
That means everything in some sense. You know what I mean? I mean, things like that are ridiculous, and those are the people that refuse.
Right.
They just refuse. That's all I'm going to say.
I believe when Karen's dad said that light taillight was red when he drove behind that car. So that means that part of the taillight was not left at 34 Fairview. As simple as that. Like we can use all those little things later when we convict the real killers. But like Alan Jackson stuck to the fact that she was home. She did not him. I saw that X-ray, and I know I went through 2 trials, and he took all the way to the very end the X-ray, and that's when I was completely convinced, because I'd never seen the X-ray before, and he was never hit by a car. Like he wasn't hit by the head. So that just right there convinced me. But it was at the very end. But it was just things like that. You pick out these things that mean so much. Just like you could pick out the 911 call delay right then and there. And the blood evidence to me says, oh, he wasn't there. Brian was not there. There was somebody else there. Right. And those 2 suspects know the truth, not the surviving.
Well, in the Idaho case, I think everybody knows the truth except for us.
Well,
obviously.
Yeah. I think they do. They're
even
like
the prosecution, the law enforcement. I think they all know the truth at this point. And I'm truly strongly believing in that at this point. So
well, that's like I say, like there's 3 different agencies doing a case, right? If one's effing up, the other 2 aren't going to just sit back and let it happen unless they're in on it. You know what I'm saying?
And here, understand when I say that,
but yeah,
I've said this before. I've said this 1,000 times. I don't believe, folks, in the Idaho 4 case. I don't believe that the FBI, the Idaho State Police, Moscow PD, and Latah County Sheriff's Department are all together in some big frame job conspiracy. I don't believe that. Not all of them, okay? But I've also told you guys there's pawns in every situation, and people that just go to work and clock, check the time card every day, that just do their job and don't ask questions. Is there 1 or 2 people involved in this situation? 1 or 3 or 4? 100%, but not 300 other people. No, it's just they do their job. They don't look away or to look around. They don't ask questions. They go to work every day and go home every day. That's all there is to that. That's why it's
they're the
unbelievable.
ones that retire. They're the ones that have left right away and stuff.
If
You
you
think?
would have came,
You know?
if you would have came to me and said,
I would leave if I had to.
everybody in every department is involved in this frame job, I'd have said, I'd have
Mhm.
laughed and said, no, they're not. Come on. You know what I mean? But
Right.
you got to see it for what it is in that aspect. And I felt same thing with Delphi, same thing with what happened with Karen too. That's all I'm saying. So
Right, but like if you're say you're one of those people, like, and you see you have good intentions and you see that they're what they're doing, wouldn't you, instead of saying something, would you just I would have to like retire. I don't know, like if I couldn't do anything to stop it, I would either have to leave because I wouldn't be able to sit back and watch it, or like retire. And that's what I'm saying. Like the ones that saw that the corruption and they couldn't stop it, I think, are they the ones you think that left and like got jobs other places?
Oh, either that or they don't want to
You know?
get in trouble when
Right.
at all. If they're
So they
worried,
leave.
Tunnel vision comes into play. I think
Yeah.
that tunnel vision becomes
there you go.
so such a they get told this is what happened and they go about proving it.
Yep.
And to the exclusion of searching, for any other plausible scenario. And I think that happens all the time. There's lots of good studies out there on that and how that plays into investigations. And
right.
I think that kind of closes the gap between the people who are actually involved in the conspiracy and the
Mhm.
people who are just contributing, unknowingly almost.
Unknowingly, right,
Tunnel
right.
vision becomes a
You know,
big,
like,
big
yeah,
aspect of
If
that.
you look at
Like
if you look at
snowblowers.
the Delphi situation, those three officers that carried on
I know. It's still,
where their mind was going with this case, one ended up dead. That says
that's
something
what I
right
mean. Like it's something. There's not something goes on. They're not like Hunter Johnson. Either he was unwillingly and the life force is drained out of him because he can't stand the guilt, or the bad energy is getting to him, because I think there's a lot of things going on with them too. With them three. It feels like people that are seeing the corruption, they're not handling it well. They don't look like they are anyway. It just feels like, they either leave, I'd have to leave, I'd have to retire, or I'd have to move on. I don't know. And I wouldn't be able to go to sleep at night if I were.
That could be.
People.
There's a lot of people that have left
Yes,
Moscow.
unknowingly, unwillingly, on participants like Bethany. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
Right. Wow. And again,
Somebody has a conscience and unwilling had to do this. That's something that I don't think they could live with for the rest of their lives.
sure.
And think about what they had to say, and they unwillingly have been, forced to, I don't know, do something they didn't want to do, just because they were there, and somebody needed to say that back up Dylan's story. So they need people that back up their stories. So like now they have to live with that for the rest of their lives. Like I don't think somebody like Bethany could. It's definitely. Yeah, I feel like it's gonna have to either way, and I hope that for the Delphi case too, the people that do know come forward and try to un-F what they've already effed.
Well, see, I don't see that happening in Delphi out of fear for sure, because of people like Ferenczi being killed after posting that document, or giving that document to them. Things like that happening. Other people being threatened. The other attorney that stated, for those of you that didn't know this, and I could show you because, like I said, we're almost done with this part of this here. I just wanted to give you guys some updates on what they're doing. I wanted to show the interview with the other. I always forget his name, but the other attorney that stood in for Richard Allen when the other two, Baldwin and the other guy, I always forget his name too, were thrown out. Okay, and he at some point come to find out that I had an audio, dispatch audio put out. This man had the shit beat out of him at some point. After he went on and did this whole state vibrato. Thank you guys. God, I hate that I can't remember names. That he was jumped, beat up, attacked after he made statements out loud about how he felt about the situation. That's insane to me. Okay, that's absolutely insane to me.
Yeah.
And they're gonna say, "Oh, it wasn't connected. It was for different reasons." It is bullshit.
Right.
I'm calling bullshit. Sorry.
Do you guys ever hear, just real quick, not just side, did you ever hear about the Boys on the Tracks? With Clinton was the boys called the case is called the Boys on the Tracks. It was Clinton. He was governor in Arkansas when it happened, and you got to look into it. Oh God, it goes into the kind of what this is about. Like certain 3-letter agency allegedly unalived these 4 boys on the tracks because they saw something happen that weren't supposed to see, and then him being the governor, it was under his rules. They got the MA was involved, the coroner was involved, and when there's other unalivings that they ruled a certain way that were wrong, and it all goes back to them being, the murderous Clintons, basically. But it's a really people have done the story like Sean Atwood. He did the book on it. But you read it, you say, like, that sounds crazy for me to say that, right? Oh, the Clintons knew about it. But when you read the book, it's kind of like this case. Like, we think Richard Allen is guilty because they said he is. But, like, when you find out all the three people, all the agencies that are involved in it kind of sounds just like the boys on the tracks.
Sure.
When you say the Clintons are involved in it, it doesn't sound crazy to me.
Not at all. Not at all. As soon as you said your name,
Now looking back, I get it. But, like, it's
I've always said if you went and dug up their property one day, boy, oh boy, would we have a population.
Oh man, I'm telling you, they are non-human. The things they can sleep at night.
Bad stuff has gone down with them, but yeah,
you can sleep at night knowing what you have done and what you have a part of. I don't know why you're not afraid. I mean, I'd be afraid to die because they're gonna have to pay for their sins.
Yeah.
And that to me, I guess maybe because I have a soul and like we have empathy. To me, I think about how like I'm getting upset right now just talking about what people can sleep at now, like knowing what they've done to people.
Absolutely.
It blows my mind that they're walking among us,
every day. That's a fact. That is a fact.
It's like somebody like me probably shouldn't get as close as I do, but
you gotta. Yeah, I agree with you.
It's hard.
Absolutely. On we go.
So in those 3 binders, like I think the way that we did it was if there was a flash drive, we would take a photocopy of the flash drive, and that would be what's in the binder. But then we had the flash drive separated and organized, and then we gave those to the judge so she could look at the exhibit. Yeah, look at that. I mean, you're going through that right now. The Odin report, there's a big one there, and gosh, I mean, and we by the way put confidential. We are the ones that did that because we weren't sure, and I think we violated the law in that some of that stuff probably wasn't confidential.
You're trying to be overly cautious.
We were trying to be very overly cautious, and then people have asked me since then, like, why did you do it? And that's the reason, Allie, we were trying to be overly cautious. But then at some point in time, when there was the writ of mandamus with Judge Gall, there was 2 of them filed on this case. One of them involved her sealing the records inappropriately. And at some point in time, she unsealed the record, but I don't know that she ever unsealed the things that we sealed inappropriately. And that's I believe that's up to her to unseal. So for those out there that are paying attention to the Frank's memo exhibits, which are still have not been released yet, to my knowledge, I think it's up to the judge to release. Even if we filed it confidentially, I think the judge should look at it and determine whether or not it should have been filed confidentially. But anyway, on that day, I got up in the morning with very little sleep. I mean, I've been working on that Frank's memo nonstop for how many weeks, and we filed it. And then I got in my car and I drove up to Fort Wayne, Indiana with 5 binders, 3 for the judge and 2 for Nick McClelland, the prosecutor. I just gave him the crappier binders, frankly, and they were a little bigger, and I jammed everything in there because that's just the way it is. It was all the same.
I mean, what's
stuff.
good for the goose is good for the gander, right?
Well, I mean, that's a very small thing, if that's the worst.
Right. That's the worst thing. Their binder wasn't as.
Yeah, their binder, it was crammed into 2 binders instead of 3. Okay.
Right.
So I drove up to Judge Gull's court, and I think up until that point, that was the first time I had ever been in her courtroom, was on that day. And I parked, and I remember, at this point in time, everything was seemingly fine. And the June 15th hearing was a little, we had the June 15th hearing a couple months before that. That was we're trying to get Rick out of the hellhole he was in.
Yeah,
so things had started to kind of deteriorate, maybe in terms of, at least in my view of how things were going. But I went up because I know I say this, but I really am a nice guy. I am. And I always want to, like,
something else I forgot I wanted to point out earlier too, Doc, and I'm sure you remember these things too, but do you guys know how many people have lost their lives because of this case? There's a lot.
Delphi one?
Quite a few. We had Ferenczi. There was I forgot his name. Dock it up. You might remember, maybe not, but you remember the guy, the whole deal that went down with the crime scene photos that were stolen.
Yeah, and he committed suicide. I mean, because they basically threatened him, and I mean, illegally.
Yep, the guy took his own life, guys. One of the guys that was involved in putting out the crime scene photos of the girls. Okay, and that's what the judge tried to hold over the defense's head. Okay, per se. And it wasn't. It had nothing to do with that. But yeah, somebody took their own life in this situation. Ferenczi's killed. And there's other people that were charged with things. I mean, guys, look at the situation and say, what? It doesn't happen in any other cases that no, I think
Holder too, right?
Isn't Brad Holder? I've never heard of Brad Holder being deceased. Is that new or is that true?
I've not heard that.
Okay, I was gonna say, Jesus God, that'd be wild, but yeah, I've not heard that yet.
I can't believe how long ago this was. To me, it doesn't seem like it was as long ago as it was, but he was.
He didn't go missing; just his interviews went missing.
Yeah, and that's another thing. Everything got buried.
Well, they literally like a month's worth, like the very first month of interviews they did, it all got recorded over. All these people that were mentioned as third-party suspects who'd been brought in and interviewed in the first weeks. Somehow they all got recorded over.
Very convenient. The professor, remember the whole story with the professor? He disappeared. They couldn't find out and figure out who he was, and then poof, all of a sudden they did. I mean, you can't look at this case and say anything other than what the hell happened here. You know?
Yeah, nothing you guys are saying makes sense.
That's okay, Christine. People, we've been misinformed in so many different ways with different things, but yeah. So, I mean, those are the basis of what's going on now. Okay. I'm not going to keep going with this because we could go on for this is like 2 hours long. I wanted you guys to get some of the newer stuff that was coming out that they talked about.
Oh, that was news to me that they're not, she's not sending this as part of the record. Like I never even knew that was a possibility that would happen. That's mind blowing.
It is very much so. I mean, it is, but it isn't at the same time.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
There's no surprise, but it is mind blowing. I agree with you on that one. But now, at this point, like I said, now that's we're through that part of it. You guys, I mean, we can discuss these things as well. A lot of people don't get it. They don't see it. They don't understand it. Like I said before, the person that I think is I think there's many people involved. Like I said, I do believe truly I saw it. I remember back when Indiana State Police, and if somebody correct me if I'm wrong, made a statement on their own that they believe there's multiple people involved in this. But that's ignored. You know what I mean? Yeah. The guy that I think was very highly involved is deceased now. They had him in custody. They had him there. And it one of his cellmates blatantly stated that he admitted to it and said he did it. Okay, but that's thrown out. That's not important. The girlfriend of that same person comes forth and says, it's him. I know it's him. We could hear the bridge guy thing, and I analyzed it for those of you that have been with me for a while. Multiple times. Okay. We sat and listened to it forward, backwards, up and down, inside out, fast, slow, whatever it is. That is Ron Logan's voice, in my opinion. That is Ron Logan on the bridge, in my opinion.
The guy on the bridge is Ron Logan.
That's exactly who I think it is. Okay. There's people that disagree. There's people think it's Brad Holder. There's people that think it's Richard Allen. It's not Richard Allen, folks. Richard Allen is 5'4". That man on that bridge is between, in my opinion, 5'10" to 6 foot tall at the minimum. Okay.
Okay, help me out.
They have so many good suspects, and Richard Allen's just not one of them.
Right.
Richard Allen is the guy that worked at CVS, correct?
Yes. Yeah. That's the guy that's in prison right now and was convicted.
Right. So he came forward and said, I was going for a walk that day, and can I help with the situation?
Yes.
That's it, right? But he's not.
And then nothing happened for 6 years or 5 years or whatever.
Right.
And then somebody came across the interview that he said that, and then all this came to be then.
But he's not the guy that we hear in the video, correct?
In my opinion, no. Everybody says that it sounds. The guilters say, "Oh, yeah, that's him. That's him." No, it's not.
No,
I'm sorry. That is him. That's their whole case. But it's
right. Not. We know by looking at the guy in prison that that's not the same guy. Correct? Is what you guys.
I pulled a video of Richard Allen at a pool hall.
I mean, I believe it. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what this hell's.
And he's standing by a post. It's in the middle of the bar. I think it was a bar, not a pool hall. But anyway. He played on a pool league, so on and so forth. The man's standing next to this post. He's standing next to other people.
Yeah.
He's a little dude, okay? And the guy that you see on the bridge is not that small. He's not built the way Richard Allen's built. Richard Allen is the stocky, short, beer belly. This dude's tall, somewhat thinner, lanky. You know what I mean? And it's obvious he looks older and the voice does not match. The voice is older.
Right.
It's not Richard Allen, who was younger at that point, so on and so forth. None of it matches. Okay.
Did he see anything? Like, how many people walk on the bridge that day? Like, did he see somebody? A lot of people. Like, did he see the girls on the bridge that day? Did he see the other guy?
They did see other people, but it was very few.
Very few, yeah.
So
and then the sketches that were put out, they don't match. Okay. They held back. How long was it, Doc? They held back the younger guy sketch for Jesus.
A while. I don't remember exactly. And there's a lot of issues with those girls that gave the descriptions for those are there's a lot of questions about their how reliable their testimony and timing and stuff really was.
Oh yeah. The timeline was changed around.
I mean, he could have been there a different time. I see what you mean. Like, it wouldn't be like, all at the same time. Like, he could have been just there a random time and they moved the timeline. I get it.
There's so many.
Right. He actually, the time that he said he was there, and when you go back and actually watch the interviews, which no one could do until after the trial, the time that he said he was there doesn't match the time that ultimately that even the investigators tried to say that he said he was there. You know, the time that he said he was there wouldn't work with the crime, but they just changed his testimony and then didn't release the videos until after the trial.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame. I remember you telling me, I'm like, what? So then the guy on the video, because I clearly remember seeing a video of the guy's face. I remember and hearing something. So they think that's really who did it correctly, but it's not the guy that came forward or anything like that. So is that guy still alive? Or no, that guy's where? The guy in the video.
The guy who he was the property owners who Dago is saying, and he's dead now. He's
that's what I was going to say. Like, that obviously that's the guy who did it, right?
Yeah,
right? We think, right?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of really viable possibilities for who did it. There's a lot of really strong evidence against several different people, and it could have been some combination of them or whatever. But there's just not that strong evidence for Richard Allen. They seem to have ignored all the people that had reasons, had connections, had motives, had parts of their story. Richard, like the property owner, lied about where he was at. He lied and then actually asked a friend or cousin or somebody to lie for him about where he was actually during the time of the murders.
Exactly.
Didn't he sound like the guy in the video too? Didn't they say you guys said he sounded
I think he does. I think he does.
There's also a lot of speculation over whether that video is even real.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Absolutely.
Wow.
I've
got to hop down here, but if I can get back on later, I will. But I appreciate you guys.
Oh, absolutely. I appreciate you. Anytime you can join us, brother. Absolutely. Keep up the great work with everything you do.
Yeah,
we all
I can't wait to go over there after this and check your stuff. Yeah.
Sounds good. See you guys.
All right, thank you again. Now I'm going to show you guys this real quick too. I think this is a very important interview. 1 minute here.
Well, you're pulling that up. Did they ever come out with any sort of motive for Richard Allen, or did they allege?
Not that I consider a motive. No. There's other creators out there saying that he may have been on drugs and this and that and everything else. He's not. No, come on.
I mean, listen. It's like he's one guy and two wit girls. Are they like they're going to scream? Somebody, you know what I mean? He's got to be again. You go Gadget Arms to try to do all of what happened to them and
get
away with it. You know what I mean? And not. I'm just saying, it doesn't sound plausible, right? Like, and especially with the time frame, it's like again, 2 and 2 is not equaling who's in prison. You know,
right? Hold on a minute here.
It's nonsensical. Even with these things that they don't make sense.
All right, so I'm going to show you guys this here real quick. This is the William Labrado was the attorney that stepped in when Judge Gall forced the other two attorneys, Rosie and Andrew Baldwin out. Okay, because that's what she did. She forced them out. Period. Again, Docket, thank you, brother. I always appreciate having you come up here. So I'm going to show you this interview with this attorney, and I want you to watch his face when he's explaining these things. Okay, and again, this man has no hold to Richard Allen. He has no reason to be faithful to him in any sense or form, whatever.
Whose attorney is this? Whose attorney is it?
It was Richard Allen's stand-in attorney when the defense team was bucked out.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. I get it. Yeah.
Here we go. Real quick. I think this is the right one. I've had 3 of them, but
This morning, we're shining a spotlight on the latest developments in the Delphi murder case, focusing on the defense attorneys, as prosecutors want to get Richard Allen's defense attorneys held in contempt. These prosecutors say that Allen's newly reappointed attorneys, Brad Rosie and Andrew Baldwin, have violated the court's gag order and were grossly negligent for being at fault for crime scene photos being leaked to the public, which the state says has caused irreparable harm.
Okay, let me explain this real fast because that's not true. What happened, okay, was there was somebody that used to work for the defense, worked with them, okay, that no longer did. And you can tell, folks, by hearing what I tell you, this was definitely set up, whether by the prosecution, by, I don't even know, the judge could have done it for all I know at this point. This person decided to stop by and hang out and talk to Andrew Baldwin one day. During lunch, Baldwin was in a meeting, so on and so forth, and said, I'll be with you when I'm done, so on and so forth. And they put him in this room, like a conference room or whatever you call it. And at that point, there were files left on a desk somewhere that had the crime scene photos in them. This person steals the photos, goes out and puts them out, excuse me, sorry, you guys, to the world via YouTube. Okay, some other creators were involved, so on and so forth. And this is the guy, one of these guys is involved that took his own life. And so in turn, the judge blamed it on these two, the two attorneys, because he was part of their team at some point. Okay. Had nothing to do with them. They had no idea this was going to happen. It was a complete and total setup. The man knew where the stuff was, how to get to it, what it was, so on and so forth. And that's all there is to it. Okay. So that's why she was trying to buck them. She used that to try to get rid of them. If that doesn't scream corruption, folks. So that's why that was blamed on these two. That's what she tried to use to get rid of them. Thank the Lord. And that's when William Labrado, the guy, the interview we're going to see, stepped forward. And here the funny thing is that Judge Gall picked him. He was one of her friends. But the man is real, okay? He's truthful, and he probably obviously has a conscience and sees things for what they are and says, as you'll see, there's no way that Rick Allen did this, period, folks. Just period. And he explains the things that he witnessed that they did to Allen in prison when he tries to be the attorney to visit and all that kind of stuff. The things that he did is crazy. It is. It's like the leaks in Idaho, but somebody lost their life over. It's way worse. And it's disgusting because these girls, they were very young. One of them was completely nude. The photos were put out. They shouldn't have been put out there for people to see, folks. They just shouldn't. It's wrong. You guys know how I feel about stuff like that. So very bad stuff. And shame on the people that were involved that pushed this. Like I said, I feel like the prosecution set this up because I don't trust anybody with them at all. They're very dirty and dark people. I think they set it up to happen so that this could happen in this sense. And it's very calculated, you guys. Very calculated. So, like I said, there's a lot of parallels here, guys, with welcome, James. Thank you, my friend. There's a lot of parallels with the Idaho 4 case if you look at it.
So I said the call's coming from inside the house, guys.
Different versions of it, but you guys know what I mean. So
they're setting it up. I guarantee it. Like I said, the call, all of them, because they do it. Like I guess to get that, like you said, the narrative out there. Then they do something to shut everybody up, and then the narrative stays out here, and then they blame us for the wrong.
Yeah,
you know, it's all your fault. We didn't say that.
Right. Yes. And so again, we have to mute guys because of the echo shit until I get it fixed. But here, this is Andrew Baldwin. This is Rosie, the other attorney that were Richard Allen's defense attorneys, for those of you that aren't familiar.
To the victims' families. In their motion, prosecutors allege the press release and the 2 occasions of leaked information show a trend by defense counsel of not being completely honest with the court, violating the court's gag order set in place to protect the integrity of the case, and failing to comply with the protective order put in place to protect the discovery in this case. Well, now, we're hearing from one of Richard Allen's former attorneys in a Court TV exclusive interview. Public defender William Labrado stepped down as counsel earlier this month after the state Supreme Court decision, and he's therefore no longer bound by the gag order. Court TV documentary producer Barbara McDonald was the only person that he spoke to, and she is on the couch with me this morning. A wonderful journalist you are, and really, I like to say you are our in-house expert on the Delphi cases. This is
Thank you,
something you
Meg.
have researched, written about, done interviews on for many, many years. So this is really quite a feather in your cap that he's talking exclusively to you, Barbara. Tell us what was the most stunning thing to you that he shared, please.
I think how emphatic he is in his belief that Richard Allen is innocent, not just not guilty, but that he's innocent of these charges and not involved at all, according to Bill Labredo. That was a bit surprising to me, you know, and I pushed back on that a bit. Like, you know, you're a defense attorney, that's your job, right? To say that. And he said he has handled murder cases. He's handled probably 100 murder cases in his career. And he says he doesn't say that very often. And he's never felt as strongly about a client's innocence as he does in this case.
Wow, Barbara, that says something. It really does.
I think that says everything and a whole lot more, folks, in my opinion. To be that guy, to say that, to take that chance, to put your reputation on the line as an attorney in this area, that says a lot to me. Even knowing that this man is friends with the judge, that's a problem, folks. And like I said, after not too long after this all goes down, this interview goes down, my understanding is that he was made, he went in and redacted what he said, retracted his statements, and then there's audio I hear of a 911 dispatch of this man having the shit kicked out of him for whatever reasons, and they tried to deny it had any relation. Miss me with that bullshit. That's all I'm telling you.
And the fact that you pushed him too, and you were like, well, you're not just saying your client's not guilty, you actually really believe that he's not guilty. And he even used the word innocent with you, not
innocent.
going a step beyond.
Yes, 100% innocent is what he said.
Wow.
We also talked about a lot of other things connected to the case, including the theory of Odinism, that was floated by the original defense team. They've now been reinstated, but they said in some of their filings that they believe that white supremacist members of this Odinistic cult are responsible for the murders. And I asked him about that, and here's a little bit of what he had to say.
I thought it was hocus pocus. I honestly didn't, I'd never heard of it.
And he's talking about the Odinism theory. And this is the patch, folks, that was on one of the COs in the prison that Richard Allen was put in. You cannot, guys, I'm related to a prison guard, okay? I talked to him. You cannot have, there's Molly, good to see you. You cannot have these kinds of things on your uniform, okay? And he did it. When the warden, his boss, made him remove it, the man goes and gets a tattoo. And once again, I want to stress something, folks. This was not what Odinism is, okay? I know people that are Odinists. I know people that follow the Odinistic religion. These people are disgusting. They turned this into something dark and dirty. It's not true Odinism, folks. I've said it time and time again. It's something else they called heathenism or something like that. And they made it dark and turned it into their own thing and practiced it in that aspect. So please understand it's not Odinism as to what Odinism truly is, please.
And the more I got into it,
hey Molly, good to see you, hon.
That's a real thing. It is a real thing, and it's scary.
In what way?
Well, I believe they sacrificed a girl and killed another one. Some of the people that live in Delphi were very brazen about their Odinistic belief.
And if you guys notice the way this man is explaining this, you can tell he's nervous as he's explaining these things, okay? He's very slowly putting it out, thinking carefully about how he says things, so on and so forth. It's bad.
On their Facebook pages and other social media accounts, including the sergeant who was in charge of keeping Mr. Allen safe in Westville.
You described one of those officers that's mentioned in one of Rosie and Baldwin's filings, Sergeant Jones, who was wearing patches that said "In Odin We Trust" on his Department of Corrections uniform.
Yep.
The judge ordered the warden to make them stop, And then what did you notice?
That Mr. Jones had a tattooed under his right eye. From the best we can tell, it looks a lot like Odin's spear. And he had several tattoos on his forearms, including the interlocking triangles that are on his Facebook post. I got to give credit to Mr. Rosie and Mr. Baldwin that, you know, they picked up on that. We saw him, and, you know, confinement officers at the Allen County Jail aren't even allowed to have facial hair, let alone facial tattoos. I was a little miffed that the warden allowed that, or, you know, he even knew what it was.
That was one of the things that surprised me, too, is that it was the same guard, according to Bill Labredo, that had the patch, was told to stop wearing it, and then comes to work with the tattoo under his eye.
Oh, Barbara, as I'm watching that, and my jaw dropped. Something else that's interesting that you asked him about, when he's telling you he believes in that legal theory, he wasn't the first attorney to put it forward. As you know, it was the first set of defense attorneys who are now back, currently Richard Allen's defense attorneys. And as we know, attorneys don't always agree on a legal theory in a case. To me, that really says something, that there may be some substantive value in it. Your thoughts?
Yeah. And
so the rest of that, I'm going to get, I didn't pull the right one up. I'm sorry. There's more that he says and he talks about, and give me a minute, because I have three versions of it, so hold on a minute. Where is it? Is this the right one? Give me a second. I think this might be. Yeah, and he even talks about like the interaction that they didn't allow to happen between him. They put Richard Allen in a like a food cart, folks, that had a peephole like this. They didn't. They videotaped his interactions with his attorneys. They didn't allow the contact between him and his attorney as they should. He didn't have his privacy. None of that stuff. Lucci Lou. So I mean, it's bad. It's very bad. Hold on here. There we go.
This case has also been buried in legal controversy involving Richard Allen's attorneys who were on the case, off the case and replaced, and then back on the case. Tonight, we'll speak with one of his replacement attorneys about Allen's innocence, his treatment while in custody, and Odinism as we continue our investigation of the Delphi murders.
I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Abby and Libby were best friends and case, but spoke exclusively with Court TV. And joining me in studio, senior producer of Court TV documentaries, Barbara McDonald, who did that interview.
And they said they believe that Richard Allen is innocent. Do you have an opinion on that?
Thank you, Lisa. I will definitely look into that.
I do. I don't think Mr. Allen had anything to do with this. I honestly don't. Now, what I believe, nobody cares. My job would have been to convince 12 jurors of that.
You're a defense attorney, so that's your job to sort of say your client is innocent. Is that something you say about all your clients?
No, and rarely do I believe it. But in this particular case, I believe it.
Thank you, Kent. Appreciate that, buddy.
100%.
And what convinced you?
Conversations with him, the fact that he lived in this very small community that's not much bigger than a high school. He worked at the CVS in Delphi. The police sketches are hung up in the CVS. The bridge.
Yeah, there's the bridge guy. Okay, now mind you, like he just said, right here. Watch this real fast again.
In Delphi, the police sketches.
Did either one of these two people look like the guy that's in prison right now? They hid this one for a while, the younger version. This is definitely not, no. Okay, and I don't even know who the hell that, well, I do have an idea who that is. Like I said, I believe there's multiple people involved in this. A lot of us have the same feeling on who this here is, and who that might be, but it ain't the guy that's in prison right now. Understand that.
Are hung up in the CVS, the bridge.
And here again, this is the bridge guy. First off, he's not wearing a Carhartt coat like they said. It's like a members only, like a lighter jacket. That's not true. The guy is so much taller than the guy that they have convicted of this. Okay, that's all they're saying. I'm saying the way he walks, any of this. This is not even remotely close to Richard Allen, folks. And it's sickening to me that people look at it and go, "Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure that's him." I heard his voice, and it sounds like him. There's one specific person that absolutely disagrees with everything I say on this, and we all know who that would be. It's the same person that disagrees with everything in Idaho. Okay, I think that's his job, is just to disagree with everybody. That's why he's not allowed here anymore. But just saying, you guys, like, it's obvious. It's blatantly obvious. And they don't do a damn thing about it. It's sad.
If it is, I think the echo keeps messing with me.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
If it is who I think it is, I think I need to make another video smacking them around.
What's that?
The person you keep disagreeing that continues to disagree with you.
Yeah, it is the Big J. The Big J. Yeah.
You're saying so? One of them guys, the right or the left, is supposed to be Richard Allen.
That's what they're trying to claim. Yeah. And
Which one?
The one more on the left is the one they were saying, the older guy with the hat on.
Okay.
Because this person's wearing that hat. Guess how? I own 4 of these hats. Everybody has these hats. There's one specific person that was posting things on Facebook about the case. That's somebody else they thought could have been this person. I think this is Ron Logan, personally. That's my opinion.
You think they're two of the same people? Is that what you're saying to me?
Do what?
They're the same person? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Those two people are the same person that you should that sketch?
No.
I'm saying they're trying to convince. Oh, okay, at first,
No. I think that younger sketch belongs to somebody that is the child of somebody else that I think is.
Are they trying to tell us that that's the same person? Two sketches,
right?
You've got me so. Anyway, it's not the guy. It's not Richard Allen. Either way, either one of their sketches is Richard Allen.
No.
That's all you need to know. Okay.
Not at all. Like I said, that there was a whole thing done about this guy's height based on that stuff, on the tracks and this, that, everything else. Like I said, Richard Allen is a tiny little 5'4" guy, and this guy here is between 5'10" to 6 foot tall.
Okay.
There's no way in hell. Come on. So interesting, Lisa. Thank you for the info for sure. I will be looking into that.
Just the kill, the unalive. I mean, he's never been in trouble, right? Richard Allen just didn't one day decide to do something like this. So he does that either. You know what I mean?
No, not at all. It's crazy. But all these other people definitely had criminal records. That's the weird thing. Right. So
I say this is an intentional murder. This is something that was done to send a message to somebody.
Well, like this one here. Like Labrado says, he definitely thinks, he truly feels that one girl was sacrificed, the other was killed. So think about the word sacrifice and what that includes. I see that. I'm asking, were the witnesses together, or is it 2 different people at different times giving those sketch? That's a bit of a mess. I know what you mean, Christine, and it would take me some time to get into that, but I would have to pull out the info on that because it's been a while since I've been in there, but they're definitely not right. There's a woman that saw somebody, and there's people there are girls that saw people they believe, and that's not correct either. The times are not right. All of this stuff is a mess. It's truly a mess.
Thank you for bringing it up too and talking about and answering all these questions, because they're questions that I've had for a long time. So.
No, I get it. I do. I truly get it. But it needs to be talked about because the man's sitting in prison for no reason.
Yeah, I didn't know all the stuff that you guys are telling me. So I'm waiting to hear it,
This isn't even the tip of the iceberg either. So.
I know.
I definitely wanted you guys to see this interview. And definitely a good question there.
It tells a lot. It tells a lot.
Yes.
guy picture is in the CVS, and in 5.5 years, no one comes into that store and says that kind of looks like you. And I don't know if this has any relevance, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but an arrest was made 27 days before a sheriff election. Just my humble opinion that played some kind of role in his arrest. And he hadn't moved. He hadn't changed his story. No facts or evidence have changed, to my knowledge, that brought law enforcement back to him 5.5 years later. He has no criminal record. They raided his house, took all of his social media. There's no ties to this Odinistic cult whatsoever. He didn't even know that there was Odinist in Delphi. He had never heard of it. Just a lot of things don't make sense.
Bradley Rosie and Andrew Baldwin also said that there's no electronic evidence linking him to the crime scene or the girls, and that there's no DNA of his at the scene. Is that accurate?
Yes. As far as I can tell, yes.
All right, we're going to bring in some more guests to join me and Barbara here. Joining us in Orange County, California, the author of Forest for the Trees, a book about the Delphi murders, investigative producer.
Yeah, Lucy's right. That's who Ferenczi was. The one police officer, or the one FBI agent, I'm sorry, that was working the case with them out of the three that was going forward with the Odinistic theory on this. And they threw a Molotov cocktail through the window in the office. He goes outside and is shot dead in the head and drops dead right there. It was by a former prison guard. So you tell me that that's just a coincidence? Bullshit. It was he wrote the Odin files. He wrote that and handed it in on May 2nd, and on the 7th he was killed.
I just changed
how many days. That's absolutely correct. And they tried to deny that there was any kind of a link to it. You're full of shit. We're not stupid. So yeah, thank you, Lucy. Good points. Very good points. So big problem, guys. Very big problem.
Chris Todd, and in Salt Lake City, Utah, retired police commander, religious cult expert, host of the Profiling Evil podcast, and the author of the book Deceived, an investigation into Zion Society cult. Mike King is here. Barbara, I'll start with Barbara, though. I'm going to ask her a quick question. The fact here that you're asking him about, he believes in the innocence. What was the sense you're getting in the room with him?
That he felt that. He was very sincere, I thought. His answers were careful and deliberate, but I thought he was sincere and he believed what he was saying.
Chris Todd, you investigated this thing. One of the things that he points out, for 5 years, the pictures of the sketches of the killer, that don't look alike, but that's another story, right? The picture of the actual video grab are in the CVS where this guy's working, and no one's putting two and two together. What are your thoughts about why the arrest of Richard Allen in that time frame?
Well, we've talked about this before, and I don't believe Richard Allen is Bridge Guy. And I believe that's what we're all talking about here, is how would no one recognize him? His voice, his body type, his height. How would nobody know that it's him? I don't believe he is Bridge Guy. I've stated who I believe that is. I'm not going to say it this second, but I do believe Richard Allen is involved. I just don't think he's on the bridge.
And that gets us to a whole nother place, right? That he's not alone in doing all of this. All right, Mike King. Here's the evidence, right? Because he's arrested because they believe they have evidence in the case. It's not like, let's just, hey, he's at CVS, let's get that guy. Richard Allen told police he was on the trail the day Abby and Libby went missing. Richard Allen's description of the clothing he was wearing that day matches the clothing of the suspect in the video on the victim's phone. A vehicle resembling Allen's 2016 Ford Focus was observed near the trail around 1:30. And the Indiana State Police Lab determined an unspent round found near the victim's bodies had been cycled through Richard Allen's Sig Sauer model P226, which apparently he kept for all those years, according to prosecutors. Your thoughts about the strength of that case based on that evidence?
I think that it really is important and really strong, Vinny. I mean, you got to take into account how can all these things happen? And we've talked about circumstantial evidence in these kinds of cases before. And I don't know whether Richard Allen's responsible for this or not, but I do know that you just named 5 things that are incredibly coincidental that he would happen to be in the same place at the same time. And when we get to see the ballistics on this unspent round that was cycled through, I don't know if that means that it's an artifact of scraping on the sides of the cartridge itself that is the artifact. If there was an actual attempt to fire that bullet and there's indentations on the firing pin, but it was a misfire, it's going to be really important when that thing comes into court and there are both sides shouting out at the top of their lungs that is that kind of a comparison is of no value, and others saying it absolutely is. But if you've got markings that gun is the only gun on the earth that will make, and those end up on those cartridges that are found next to the bodies, that's incredibly powerful evidence.
And when this went to trial, they couldn't prove that until they fired it through the barrel of the gun. It's junk science that makes no damn sense, folks. It's bullshit like everything else in this case. Please understand that. There's a video that's been put out about how junk of a science it is. It's not real. From what I understood when this went to trial, because it wasn't televised, folks. They didn't put it out. They shut it down. What I understood is they had an expert that said that that the only way she could prove this was after she fired the gun and the bullet came through the chamber. That's never happened. It didn't happen with that bullet that they found. That's what I'm trying to say. That's the only way they were able to prove that. So, yeah, there is no science on unspent round markings, blah, 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 period. That's all there is to it, period. You look it up, there's nothing that shows that, guys. It was just another bullshit statement they put out and to make the public believe that it means something, and it don't.
Now, I want to put this up on the screen because there is one other piece of evidence I think is something that needs to be explained. On April 3rd, 2023, Richard Allen made a phone call to his wife, Kathy Allen, and this is while he's locked up.
And this is where it's just as bad as Idaho, folks, because they say he confessed to it, folks. That's all people needed to hear. I did it. I did it. I did it. Yeah, but they don't listen to the other side of that as to how and why he confessed to it. Just like with Brian, he said he did it. That's all that matters to me. These people need to pick their brains a little bit more and look at it for what it is, okay? Truly.
In that phone call, Richard Allen admits several times that he killed Abby and Libby. Investigators had the phone call transcribed, and the transcription confirms that Richard Allen admits that he committed the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. He admits several times within the phone call that he committed the offenses as charged. His wife, Kathy Allen, ends the phone call abruptly. Barbara McDonald, what did William Labredo have to say about that?
He said he has a lot of questions about it, that his understanding is it was basically one sentence that Richard spoke, this confession, so not a lot of detail provided in that confession. And he says that Richard Allen was receiving medication while he's in prison, both shots and pills. He doesn't know what those medications were. He tried to find out. And so he has a lot of questions about what all was going on. He also says false confessions are a real thing, especially when people are subjected to very harsh prison conditions.
Yeah, the one thing about the false confession in this case, though, that we've seen him here on Court TV, but it's usually under an interrogation scenario. This is a call to his wife. Mike King, your thoughts on that? Because this is going to be significant. No one has heard this thing outside of investigators, and I presume maybe at some point the defense.
His right eye. From the best we can tell, it looks a lot like Odin's spear. And he had several tattoos on his forearms, including the interlocking triangles that are on his Facebook post. I got to give credit to Mr. Rosie and Mr. Baldwin that, they picked up on that. We saw him, and, confinement officers at the Allen County Jail aren't even allowed to have facial hair, let alone facial tattoos. I was a little miffed that the warden allowed that, or, he even knew what it was. They put the tray of food through, and that's not very conducive.
And this is what he's talking about right now. This is where they stuck him in. Okay. And they had him shackled inside this. That's how he spoke to his attorneys within, I think it was 6 to 10 foot away, as he's going to explain. But that's the device that they put him in. When he, have you guys ever seen anybody go through that? When you meet with your attorneys, you sit at the table in a room and you meet with your attorneys and you have privacy. Not to mention they videotaped every interaction he had with his attorneys too. That's illegal as fuck. Okay.
Yeah.
Truly. Absolutely illegal. Huh?
Was Richard Allen
married?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to show you what his wife said just recently too.
Okay.
That's why I'm skipping through all this real quick.
Okay. Is there something that you mean about
have meaningful conversations with your client? I couldn't hand him documents. I couldn't have him sign documents. And, I'm sure it was very difficult for him to see the videos we were showing him through that slot. So, I'm not criticizing the Department of Corrections. I mean, for whatever reason, he was moved there. They're not set up for visitation, but you can't have I couldn't have been prepared for trial even in October if that was how all the visits were going to be conducted.
And you've handled death penalty cases. Have you ever had a pre-trial defendant treated the same way as Richard Allen?
Never. Never. In my 25 years or Sremen's 25 years have we ever had a murder client held pre-trial in a maximum security facility. And then was transferred from one maximum security facility to another. Never.
And in your motion to transfer, you guys described him as being treated like Hannibal Lecter.
Particularly in Westville, at least we are allowed to sit face to face across a table from him. But the way he was handcuffed and to his chest, I mean, it looked extraordinarily uncomfortable. I couldn't shake his hand. We couldn't have him sign anything.
And something else too, guys. He, like Redacted's right. He confessed to all that and said he shot him, did this, did that. Neither one of them were shot. So again, every bit of it's absolute bullshit. Every bit of it. Yeah, he confessed to cheating on his wife with a cigarette. That'll tell you where his mind was, you guys. He ate his own fecal matter. He ate his documents. He was doing things that made no sense whatsoever. He was put on medication that a doctor didn't give him that was supposed to. He had no idea what he was being given. Injections and pills and things like that. I mean, no.
How can he be to stand trial? I don't get it.
They were trying to do that. I think, and this is my opinion, the man did not look like this when he went in. He looks like he's dying.
No, not the
Okay?
same.
And I think that I think the plan was for him to maybe take his own life or not make it to trial is what I think the plan was.
He did get the trial. He's not there anymore.
Well, I'm just saying that's what I think
it
was based on how he was being treated. Yeah, agreed. So
He's really he's not good to
I
stand.
visited clients in prison on several occasions. That was different than anything I've ever experienced before.
And the way his hands were shackled were similar to how we see him in court, right?
Yes,
Where it's
exactly
like
the same
the
way.
tops of the hands are touching.
Yes.
And it's way up high on his chest.
It's connected to a box on his chest. I've never seen that. I've never seen anyone confined in that manner before.
So why? Why do you think that is?
I don't know. He is 5'6", 120, 130 pounds. He is not a physical threat to anyone. From all accounts, he's been a model citizen because he's locked down 23 hours a day. We told the confinement officers that we wanted him unhandcuffed so we could shake his hand and maybe have him sign documents, and they weren't budging on that. And it was sad because Westville allows visits, so his wife could come see him, and they just set up a visit with his mom and dad. He was transferred to Wabash 2 days before that visit. No, I don't think one had anything to do with the other. I just think it was bad timing and a coincidence. But in Wabash, you're not allowed any visits. Obviously, attorney, but no family members.
All right, this is a little unusual. Barbara McDonald, let me ask you.
A little my ass, folks. It's a lot unusual. And it's all, like Lucy said, it's all part of the ritual. It's all part of the bullshit. It's all bullshit. There's another case that I can't just sit quiet and let it be what it is. Now that, see, this is the difference, though. This man they filed an appeal, and there's a lot of good people, like Dockett said, that are looking at this. I think this could be overturned, I think. I know that and when it does get overturned, you guys, I hope somebody goes after Judge Gall and rails her as bad as they possibly can, and she loses. I hope she's disbarred. I hope she loses her, gets thrown off the bench, all of it, every bit of it. What she did was absolutely uncalled for, unbelievable, and horrible to me. Horrible. That's how you know all these goons in the media are scum, especially the ones that have passed their, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I truly, wholeheartedly, and absolutely, there shouldn't be an echo now, Krista. It's only when there's a video up there. You can talk. But yeah, I truly, wholeheartedly believe all of that, you guys. Yeah, it's only when there's a video pulled up for whatever reason. I don't know why this has been doing this. I cannot figure it out to save my life. I'm going to have to look it up and see if I can figure it out through YouTube or something.
I'm looking in a different room too, so I thought it was something on my side I had to change.
No.
Yeah, this is so. I'm speechless here. I can't process the first part of seeing him like that, and the second part of the fact that like a lot of people know that he's not the same guy, and that the fact that he was able to stay. I don't know how you can know what he did, how he was just. He lost his mind. How can he even be the same? How can he stand trial? How can he defend himself? I mean, isn't that the whole point? Like when if anybody wasn't fit to stand trial, it was this guy. If anybody, like he should be in a different facility. It just makes me so sad. Like they did this to him. They turned him into this person that he wasn't.
They completely took his wife away from him. His life away from him. Period.
Well, life. Yes, he was trying to help. Right. Thank me for helping. You know what I mean? It's like, Jesus, I don't even want to get the cops were knocking on my door the other day. I know they wanted camera footage off my phone. I'm not getting involved in anybody. I don't want to answer the door now. I do not want to get involved. And it's probably because I watch this stuff. I don't trust them. I don't want to be involved. I just don't. I don't trust them. They're not getting my ring camera footage. I don't care. You got plenty of them to get, unless it was for a murder, but like it wasn't. It was for some stupid argument. Let the rest of the neighbors do it. I don't want to. I see enough fuckery. I don't need it in my goddamn house and my stuff. I had enough trouble.
Sure, absolutely. I understand. I'm trying to find this one last thing here on this, if I can. Hold on. So this is the last thing I was going to show. I can't get much of it because it'll get taken down anyway, but if you get a chance, go check it out. If you haven't yet seen it. You have Hulu. They're going to explain it here in a minute.
A new Hulu series taking a closer look at the case we've all kept a close eye on over the years here at HAS. The wife of convicted Delphi murderer Richard Allen breaking her silence in the shocking crime that catapulted her small Indiana town into the national spotlight. The new 3-part series called Capturing Their Killer, The Girls on the High Bridge is a deep dive into the mysterious case with interviews from key players, including the victims' friends and relatives. That series also reveals exclusive behind-the-scenes video of defense attorneys as the verdict came in, and that interview with Richard Allen's wife, Kathy Allen, opening up for the first time about their marriage and her perspective on the case. That series is streaming on Hulu starting today.
Yeah, go check that out if you guys want. Of course, like I said, I can't play it on here because of Hulu, but I mean, I'm very comfortable saying no, this did not happen. He didn't do this. I have my idea. I'm gonna say it now that Ron Logan is definitely somebody involved in this deeply, in my opinion. He's the guy that's on the bridge, in my opinion. He's the guy that you hear on the audio, in my opinion. I think there were things that were put together. The whole thing is a mess. I mean, they were found on his property after the fact. That property was searched. They weren't there when it was searched. All these things point away from, and like Labrado said, that those posters were up in the building that the man worked in CBS for 6 years. Not one person looked at that and went, "Hey, that's you." Nobody, because it ain't him. It don't look like him. You know, but the people that are involved, in my opinion, were just passed over like nothing. Crazy, folks. Very crazy. So please, if you haven't, go back and catch up on this stuff. Look into the Delphi case for, there's so much more than what I put out. I just barely scratched the surface, like Doc had said earlier. Please go look into it and realize it's just more corrupted bullshit.
You said the Hulu one's a good one to watch.
I'm sorry?
You said the Hulu one's a good one to watch?
Holy
the
one.
Hulu doc, the Hulu doc.
Oh, the doc. There's a documentary on Hulu. Yes, sorry.
Right here. Yeah, I gotta get my
I
cat.
thought you said holy. The holy. I thought you said
Yeah.
the holy one, and I'm like, who the hell's the holy one? But yeah.
All of a sudden, like it got really windy here. There's like a nor'easter or something coming in. I gotta go secure my cats. So I
Sure.
just wanted to say bye to everybody.
Thank you for joining me. I appreciate you.
Thanks for putting up with my questions.
Absolutely. No problem. Yeah, even people that I'm not fond of, folks, Tony Bruschi, people like that have put things out that are defending Richard Allen and stuff like that at this point, because it's that evident that this is not him.
Brian,
So-
we're breaking up. We're broken up, Brian, for good. That's it. Brian
Yeah.
doesn't like that. That's it. We're broken up. Goodbye.
Yeah. Oh, got you. See you later. Yeah, go look into it if you haven't, guys. Please, it's worth a look. They turned in the appeal documents. I think they were waiting on the process to get kicked in. They were, as everything, the feet were being drugged, things like that. But it's gonna work itself out at some point. It's gonna start pushing forward. Nicole Casey, what are we talking about, Miss Lisa? Did I miss something? I'm looking. Brian got dumped live. Oh no, Brian. Terry, good to see you. Did you see the picture of Judge Hippler that Birdie showed that he didn't move? No. What does that mean, Terry? Hey, Wallflower, good to see you. Please do add. That's what it's all about, you guys. Oh, that's what we had on earlier, Wallflower, was we ran the Defense Diaries and Bob's newest video with Baldwin. So, yeah. And it's hard, like I said, because Bob does not at all. He's on the opposite side with Brian Koberger. Good to see you as well. But Bob Motto, definitely 100% from day one has been involved with the Delphi situation, and absolutely him and his wife both know and agree that Richard Allen's 100% innocent in this. It's very sad. Oh, she has the sound and names of the murderers outside. What are you talking about with the Delphi situation? Oh, The Idaho 4. Got you. She has the sound video and names of murderers outside. What's the name of that video, Lisa? I noticed that she's got a couple things here. All right, Wallflower. Well, thank you. I appreciate you. I know she put something up 13 days ago. It says this is why no one's talking. That's all. She only has 3. Oh, I see 1, 2, 3. Oh, wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 now I see. One from a month ago, it says Dan and Ethan attacked first. This is proof. Then I say this is why no one's talking. And then the Idaho 4 timeline, the 4th hour, 4 a.m. And then the police interview with Jack Showalter. So, yeah. Probably this one then you're talking about. How long is this one? It's wait a minute here. Oh, I guess this might be it right here. Hold on, you guys. This is what Lisa's talking about. And again, it's not going to change much because we're still deeply involved in Idaho. So I think this here is what you meant. Let's see.
So, if a group of frat boys were to kill 2 students just to cover up the earlier killing of an additional 2 students, what does this say about their psychological state as well as their potential danger to society? This shows an extreme moral disengagement. They would have to suppress or override natural guilt, empathy, and conscience. This suggests a profound disconnection from normal human emotional responses. Also, cold rationalization. Covering up a crime by committing more crime is calculated, not impulsive. It suggests they are capable of making strategic decisions that disregard human life. It's a display of great depravity and lack of empathy. Killing to conceal wrongdoing reflects that other people are being treated as disposable obstacles, not as human beings. What poses a threat to society is the escalating violence. If killing once leads to killing again in order to maintain secrecy, it demonstrates a dangerous feedback loop. Violence is a problem-solving method. High risk of repeated offenses as well. People who normalize killing as a solution are statistically more likely to repeat violent acts under pressure. Also, the tendency for groupthink and diffusion of responsibility. In a group setting, like a fraternity, individuals may feel less personally accountable. This can lower inhibitions and cause people who normally would not kill to kill. This behavior would indicate psychopathic traits. They also pose an immediate and ongoing danger to society, not just from violent capability, but from willingness to escalate and destroy anyone who threatens them. Such a group would not just be dangerous, they'd represent the highest tier of danger. They've shown the capacity of premeditated, repeated, self-preserving violence, which places them in the same psychological category as organized criminals and serial offending killers. When crime happens within a tightly bonded group like a fraternity, the psychology of the group can amplify depravity in several ways. Loyalty over morality. Fraternities often instill a brotherhood mentality, where loyalty to the group overrides external ethics. This can make members feel obligated to protect one another, even in the face of serious wrongdoing. Groupthink. In a group, dissenting voices are silenced. Members convince themselves that what they're doing is justified because everyone else is in on it. The collective makes the act feel less personally horrifying. The diffusion of responsibility. If 5 people share responsibility, each may feel only 20% guilty. This makes extreme actions, like murder, easier to rationalize for them. The power dynamics. Fraternities often have hierarchies. Lower status members may feel pressured to obey leaders, even if they're ordered to do something criminal. This group already would be extremely dangerous, but let's add in the factor of them intimidating other students into helping. This would make it far more sinister. It reveals domination and coercion. Forcing outsiders to participate shows they weren't just trying to avoid blame. They were asserting power over others. This is sadistic as well as strategic. Spreading complicity. By intimidating others into helping, they trap those students in silence. This is a mafia-style tactic, ensuring witnesses are compromised. Shows a pattern of control. It indicates they are not only violent, but also manipulative and authoritarian. They are expanding the crime beyond the original murders into a...
Very interesting. Good points. And it's just odd they care about drinking, sex, money, drinking, sex. Well, good point, Brian. And I'm going to come back to this, guys, because I'm coming back. I don't know if it's tonight or tomorrow morning. And I'm doing another video about Idaho for those of you that are interested. I'm going in back to a place that I swore I'd never go back to for a specific reason. I just have a little insight into something that makes me want and need to. I'm just gonna make this statement about the Idaho situation. So because we've been here 4 hours, I got to cut this down and things like that. But and you guys all have lives, you got to do things, I'm sure. But I will be back, like I said, either tonight, don't quote me, or tomorrow morning. But what now, Lucci? What? I'm going to be going and reviewing some things that I did way before. To think about this situation, okay? Oh, okay. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you. To think about how this went down, I feel like it's been said before, but even more so that it has to have been known where these people were all night. Okay, they had to have been being observed by somebody, some people, to know what was going on. I feel that the white pickup truck, when you see him walking to the grub truck, I think that's something of somebody that knows, that was possibly watching them. Just things like that. So that's the hint there, Cat Lady. Yeah, I'm gonna be going backwards a little bit just to pick up on some other things, to relook at a couple things that I've looked at, not too far back, but I have some issues that I want to just look into. That's all I'm saying. That's all. So no big deal, Lucy. Don't get too upset, my dear. But there's definitely some things that I think were missed that needs to be analyzed in a deeper fashion. So that's the next show that I think we're doing, because I think it may give some answers to questions that have never been answered. I'll just put it that way. That's the thought that I have. Obviously, we're not getting answers for anything that we have now. We're not going to get any answers in that sense. So one of the psychics said that the parking lot outside the club is important. We need the outside key. Yeah. And I'm going to be FOIA in certain things too and see. And I'll explain it during that next show. And I'll let you guys in on that. There's a hint there. The FOIAs that I'm going to be putting in for certain things that have not been FOIA'd, I don't think, by anybody else at this point, that were brought to my attention, I think is an amazing idea. That's going to be happening. So on and so forth. So that's going to be the next show about Idaho. We're going to discuss those things, and I'm going to put everybody on task for that, for yourselves to go and do those not the FOIA stuff, but to look into, and we're going to do it together. So hopefully you're here for that. I hope to see you guys here for that. I appreciate you all very much. Even you, Miss Lucci. I love Lucy. She's so knowledgeable and she makes me laugh daily. And I need that daily. I promise you. Did anybody see that Kaylee was told by Samantha that the undercover cop hit Kaylee Gonzalez with a car? What? That Kaylee was told by Samantha, Steve's other daughter. I'm guessing that's what you mean. That the undercover cop hit Kaylee with a car and was dragged. I've never seen that. Nor heard that. Oh, we got a smart one here. Miss Christine. So that's what I'm going to be FOIAing. I'm going to be FOIAing everything that hasn't been. Okay. Businesses around through downtown, things like that. I'm going to see if I can get anything out of that. Businesses that are around the... Oh, well, okay. I gotcha. I didn't understand what you meant, Terry. It's okay. That kind of stuff. Businesses that were around the grub truck, things like that. I think is what needs to be looked at. Other than that one camera that, like I've always told you guys, that they're only going to give us what they want to give us. They're not going to give us. So I'm probably going to get denied. Okay. Businesses that were throughout Moscow that may have seen things is what I'm going to be looking at, trying to FOIA. So, yeah, that's what I didn't understand. Why would Kaylee be told that she was hit by a car? I think you might have wrote that wrong, Terry. Samantha was told that Kaylee was hit by a car. Is that what you were trying to say? And she told Van Life, huh? Well, I don't know. That's probably what's going to happen, Fizzy. But I'm going to try. And we'll see what happens. Google, hey Google, we got to do a talk on Jack and New Me someday. What do you mean, Kent? Google. Jack and New Me. Dago, I think you're trying to say, hey Dago, we got to do a talk on. Oh no, that's coming up too. I'm doing a whole show on those two too. That's coming very soon. I'm just trying to catch up on everything, Kent. And yes, you'll be joining me hopefully if you can for that too. That's coming up this week. Because there's some stuff that I have issues with there now too. They admitted to one YouTuber that FBI poll access on 3 polls exists, but it's going to cost. Think about that right there. That statement you made right there. I'm going to tell you right now what that statement means. I know there's other people that will agree with me on this. That is going to cost $114,000. You know why? It don't exist. That's why. Because they know nobody's going to pay $114,000. And that's why they can say that, because they know it doesn't exist. Period, folks. Think about it. Absolution, in my opinion, that it doesn't exist. That's why they're saying that. They're never going to give that to anybody because it's not there, in my opinion. So we're going there, you guys. I'm going to do my best. I'm not the best at FOIA and things. Hey, Aquarian, good to see you guys. Thank you so much for joining me today. It was after they walked Murphy out of the house and Jack D is holding the leash in the back of the cop car. Oh, wait, sorry. Did anyone notice that Jack D was holding the leash of Murphy in the cop? Never. No, because they took Murphy down the road and Jack was in the car. I never saw that. It's left. There's something I missed, but they took Murphy to the left and went on down the road. Jack was sitting in the back of the car. Well, there was no connection there that I saw. Yes, 100%. Got you. Yeah, I have no idea about that one. That's wow. I'm gonna have to look into some of that stuff because there's a lot of stuff that's being put out that ain't true, but that was just a leash. Yeah, Nunez had that leash in his car that what's his name went and got from him. They put the leash on him, Gunderson, and then they walked him out and they walked him down away from Jack. So Jack didn't even get out of the car at that point. That's the hard part. So, all right, guys. I got to jump out of here. And like I said, cross your fingers that I can make it back in. I appreciate you guys very much. I hope to see you later. Fingers crossed and all. Hopefully. Much love to each and every one of you guys. Thank you so much for being here. My mods, I love you to death. I couldn't do it without you, and I appreciate you all so much. Anybody that may have donated to support our channel in that aspect, please understand how much we appreciate it. It helps us to pay those bills, folks. It truly does, and keep us coming every single day. So don't forget to love yourselves, folks, and love each other. Please don't change nothing. You guys are the beautiful people, and I cannot wait to see you again so very soon. Bye-bye, y'all. Have a great one.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it